Alrighty, hello, everybody. Today is Friday in California and all around the world. I hope you guys are doing well. I know I am. And yeah, I'm pretty excited to be here. First time playing PowerWash Sim in a while. Been looking forward to that. That's one of my favorite games from last year, if you can believe it. It's just such a nice game, relaxing. Not what I would call challenging, but does a game need to be challenging? Do we need to constantly be getting slammed into walls by big buff dragon guys with like swords that are like 20 feet long and they can smack you from across the world map? Do we really need that in every single video game? No, we don't. That's why games like PowerWash Sim exist. Anyways, I'm Game Goblin, as I said before, and you are you. That's all we really need for like a really good movie, I think. Anyways, what was I going to say? There was something I was wanting to announce. Oh yes, I have a little announcement to make. I'll be making a video on this too, but I figure best to bring it to the people who are the ones who will facilitate this little goal of mine. But I have a goal set where if I can reach 325 followers, I will show a little bit of my gourmet side. I'll don my little chef's toque. I believe that's what it's called. The little hat that chefs wear. I think it's called a toque or something like that. I will don my little chef's hat and I will cook up some ramen. But not just any kind of ramen. I will cook up some G Fuel ramen. Yes, I was mixing up a hearty batch of G Fuel to get me through the workday, and I thought, this kind of looks like the stuff that you pour into ramen, the noodles when you have them all boiling in the water and you mix them up. Would it work that way? And well, one way to find out is to do it. So yes, if we can reach 325 followers, I will cook and eat. I don't know if I'll cook, or I'll have to figure out how to cook them on stream, but I will eat them on stream, the G Fuel ramen. That should be pretty exciting. And people can vote on what flavor I'll use. Preferably something that I can get in the sample packs so I don't waste a whole tub. But hey, we'll slay that dragon when we get there. Anyways, enough rambling about pasta and caffeine. How about we start rambling about power washing? Oh man, if Earth Dad could hear me now, he'd have a tear in his eye. It's like, that Goblin, he's always talking about monsters and video games. Did the word power washing just come out of his mouth? I finally, after 20 years of that nonagenarian Goblin living on my couch, he finally gets it. Yes, I do, Earth Dad. I'll make you proud. Sorry, the game had to update a little bit, but hey, I got that good Goblin internet, so it's gonna be zooming. And here it is. Speaking of zooming, my transition that I am so very, very proud of. Ah, yes. It also has the colors for Pride Month. I thought that'd be kind of a nice touch. I have more than one, but I thought, how about we start off with the Pride Month one, and then, actually, you know what? I like the Pride Month one. Sue me. I'm going to keep it year-round. Please don't sue me. I'm sure we can come to an agreement. Alrighty, and here we be. Yes, PowerWash Simulator. I have already called my lawyer. No! How dare! And welcome, Fabricant. I'm sure we can figure something out. Okay, clean the fortune teller's wagon. I'm not getting much sound from this game. I think I might need to raise the volume a bit. Audio. Oh, yes. There we go. That should probably be good enough. There we go. I got a nice click. The satisfying mechanical click. You can't have a game without any kind of satisfying sounds. Check out my new wheels, everyone says. Everyone says I could talk the hind legs off a turkey, so I'm joining the traveling fairground as a fortune teller. Got the name and now I've got the ride. Picked it up from an old lady at a bargain price online. Ooh, you gotta watch those online bargains. That's a good way to get killed and put in the back trunk of a Ford Pinto. Not that I would know. I was the only bidder. She wasn't happy and said she'd curse me if I didn't pay her the going rate, but it's not my fault she didn't set a reserve price. It's not like she even looked after the wagon. It's covered in anything and everything you can imagine. The rest of the fairground is pristine, so please help. Oh, hey, Aki. How's it going? How are you? I'm doing good. Was that your one ask me anything question? Aki, you only get one. Oh, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I hope you're doing well. I hope the lab went well. Alrighty, so looks like we have Madame Zeroni's from the movie Holes. She got a wagon now. Moving on up. Alrighty, let's clean the sign off first. How's the volume, by the way? It's a bit loud in my ears, but it's not looking too loud for you guys. It seems my voice volume is a little bit higher than that, so... Hey, why don't you be my first subject? I'll divine your past and future based on the ancient techniques of water divination. The uncanny Franny? Oh, I misread that. I read that as the uncanny Fanny. And it's like, didn't I meet her at that strip club? I'm sorry. Pretty good volume? Ah, good to hear. I'm just saying, if I had to go with a stripper name, the Uncanny Fanny would probably be up there. Everything went well. I didn't get 100 on the quiz, but will next time. Ah. Well, hey, always next time. Oh, geez, Aki, throwing out the maid in heaven. What an honor. Quick question, do you prefer the Flatwoods maid or the classic maid? The day has come, yes. And what better day than the double feature day? Double feature Friday. Maybe I should make that a regular thing, because there's just so many games I want to play. It's like, well, why not play 2 on Fridays? Although I could always change that to, like, dedicate a whole Friday to a game. That's a hard choice. Oh, indeed. I designed it to be the most painful choice you'll ever have to make. I kind of want the OG. Okay. Are you sure? You know, one maid costume tells you lies and the other tells you truth. Oh. Hold on, I don't want to get twitched TOS'd. I have to put up the changing screen. There we go. Bah. Nah, thank you for the Goblin Gold. Yes, bring it back to when I couldn't afford it. Haha. Alrighty. Well, what better outfit to wear when you're cleaning stuff, right? Dress for the job you want, not the job you have. Cute as a button? Aw. You're gonna give me such an ego. You know that, right? There's so little body for the ego to fit into. It's just gonna start pouring out in all the worst ways. I'm gonna start yelling at people on set like, oh, you're adjusting the lights. Well, good for you. Just walking around. Da, 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 da. A little bit over there. It's okay. Ready will probably keep you grounded, huh? Oh, yeah. You know, that is something I do kind of want to thank people on. You know, like, sometimes people don't want to really be told what they have to hear. And I feel like if I really, like, started going off the deep end, you guys would call me on that. You know, like, I'm not saying I'm, like, some Hollywood hoity-toity type, but I feel like, you know, like, if I, like, run by something on people, like, on the Discord or something, I feel like people are going to, like, If I go like outlandish, like, hey, I'm going to make it so it's $5 to put on the maid outfit, I feel like people would call me on that, and I appreciate that. Not everyone gets that kind of feedback. Now, there is good and bad feedback, I'll say. I mean, I feel like you guys would be honest if I, like, do something kind of, oh, geez. That volcano's getting more and more active. If you don't know, there's like a little backstory to this game, and every now and then Here, let me see if I can get up there. Every now and then, your attention will be drawn to the volcano, and it's getting more and more active. Like, I'm wondering if there's going to be like a boss fight with the volcano or something. Alrighty. Oh shoot, sorry. I'm a little out of season. I've been kind of pressing the wrong buttons because I'm expecting like Hunt Royale controls. Hunt Royale? Hunt Showdown. That reminds me, there's this one battle royale on Steam. I played it a couple of times. It's called Cuisine Royale, although I think they rebranded it to be called Cursed. But it was Cuisine Royale, and basically it was like asset flip PUBG. Like nothing looked like it had like a cohesive theme or anything. Time to power them washers. Wait a minute. What up, gamers? Hey, Funky, how's it going? Was that your one question for the AMA? What up, gamers? Man, people need to be more careful with their questions. If we all find a genie together, let me do the talking, okay? Please. We do an AMA, I finally redeemed it, yes. But yeah, I feel like a game like PowerWash, and later on in the night when we're playing Peglin, I feel like those games would facilitate... Man, I've been using that word a lot lately, facilitate. I feel like those games facilitate an AMA pretty well. Name one typical dish of Parts Unknown. Ooh. Well, see, Parts Unknown is kind of a interdimensional melting pot. So you got a lot of your typical stuff. Something that's really popular here in Parts Unknown. That's gotta be the Hawaiian-style burrito now. Don't let the name fool you. There's no Hawaiian people in it. You know, that's a common misconception people have, but the Hawaiian-style burrito, it's a burrito with steak, chorizo, and pineapple. Very popular around here. A lot of the restaurants and food trucks all have, like, their own spin on it. You know, some places do, like, will do steak. Some places do chicken instead of steak. Some places do chicken and steak, you know. Just a lot of the good stuff in it. That's a really nice thing. Being like a big tourist area, we have a lot of food trucks that like to come in from all over. You know, just a couple weeks ago, I was at the Parts Unknown Food Truck Festival. Got some pretty good food there. I have pistachios. Ooh. I love me some I love me pistachio. No, I love me some pistachios. They're expensive though. For a nut, they're a little pricey. You'd think cashews would be more expensive. I can't wink. Ah. Just imagine I gave you like a big like DreamWorks movie wink. Here. Ah. Here, maybe I need my gamer glasses on, my gunner glasses. Oh, I'll probably not blink now with them on. Oh, that reminds me, there is a new control mode. I believe options. controls. There's like a new control mode in this game where you can like stay in place and do like Resident Evil controls where you're aiming all over the screen. Where would that be? Lock mouse to screen? Is that it? No. Oh wait, no, that'd be if I wanted to go to a show crosshair, dynamic. Dirt detail, stance select, cycle, hold. Oh, that's for crouching and stuff. Crosshair dirt details. What? Crosshair dirt details. I'm impressed that they find out ways to. Oh, aim mode. There it is. Toggle, hold. I'll have to try that out. I'm impressed they find ways to improve upon this game because it's a very simple formula. You know, I feel like you can't do like a whole lot. Oh, mud. Oh, I got like health bars now. We turned the game into Borderlands. What was for lunch? I got a little lazy yesterday because I had to do a lot of running around in the groceries. So I just had some leftover pizza for lunch today. I didn't cook last night. But this night, I cooked some pork banh mi. I believe that's how it's pronounced. I apologize if I'm incorrect. But some pork banh mi hoagies with a little bit of like a carrot, radish, and cucumber coleslaw type deal on the side. It was pretty good. I've never had banh mi before, but I'd try it again. What was I talking about? Oh yes, before the food truck rally. That was pretty fun. Although I always forget to take pictures of some of the stuff that I eat. Like I ate a torta, and I promised to take pictures, and it's like, oh wait, this thing's already half eaten. I don't think I can take a good picture of it and it'd be appetizing. You know, it would look like a snapping turtle got a hold of it. How was lawn mowing? Not too bad. Although, I think I've mentioned before, I'm using like a $10 lawnmower. It was a lawnmower that Earth Dad got off of like either Facebook or Craigslist for like 10 bucks. And then did a little work on it. But not the most reliable machine. The bag for the grass kept popping off and it would like send grass flying up into my face. That was fun. It was like mowing the lawn and like I leveled up and it did like a little bit of confetti. It's like, congratulations, Gabo. You're now a level 47 lawnmower. You've unlocked sunglasses mode. Oh wait. If Panda stops by, Panda's not going to be happy seeing me jump all over the place. Oh. I'll probably eventually have to get a new mower, but honestly, I'm just going to use this one until the wheels fall off. And even then, I might still make it a manual mower. Just like take out the engine, put some bicycle pedals on it, kind of Flintstone it out. Yabba dabba do. I got a lot of lawn work to do. You know, they might be making a new Flintstone series. I could throw my hat into voice Fred. Is it true that IT people make decent money? Yeah, actually. You know, I won't go into too much detail, but the money that I'm making right now, which, if you remember from the Discord, I make less per hour than Panda does now. The money I make now, I would make, at minimum, $2 more than what I make per hour if I get that IT job. Oh, and I'm still in the running for it. They called me up and asked if it was okay if they can call my references. So hey, maybe they're serious about me, but I'm kind of thinking, though, it must be stiff competition if they're getting to the references stages. Because I don't think I've ever had my references get contacted when I've applied for a job. It's always been like I was the only one after that job, so it's like, okay, Goblin, here you go. That's not bad. I hope you do get. Always wishing for the best. Yeah, thank you. I greatly appreciate that. I just hope it's a good fit. You know, I liked the job I have now at one point, but it's kind of the same with every job I've worked. And I've worked a lot of jobs over my years. It's just, it's always been a very good job until one day, just like something changes and it's like, oh, this job kind of sucks now. Like where I'm at now, I used to have my own office. Like I had my own office, people didn't bug me, and now I share an office with like 5 other people, and it's like, this is like a whole new job, atmosphere-wise. It's like, I don't know. Very distracting, hard to focus on anything. I just kind of do the bare minimum. It's almost always after 3 months. Yeah. I mean, I at least lasted a year before I started looking for another job, so there's that at least. Although I think my longest job was maybe 2.5 years. And that was very much the same field I'm trying to get back into, so it's like, I know I have longevity with IT. It just depends on like if they can meet like my my finances and stuff. Because I really enjoyed working IT for the school. It's just they couldn't afford to pay me much outside of the summer months. You know, when school was in session, I had to get like only 15 hours a week. And during the summer, I could get up to 40. And that's just a big difference. And it's like, okay, if there was somehow a way that my costs during the school year weren't high, but it's like, that's not stable because, you know, your mortgage doesn't fluctuate. It's always, say, 500 a month, 500, 500, 500. Well, if I'm making like, I don't know, well, if I'm making less than half of what I would be making if I worked a full 40, that's going to be tough to meet mortgage for like, what, 3 or 4 months every year? So, you know, sadly, out of necessity, I couldn't keep up with the IT. But now it's like, there's a chance, oh, maybe I can get back into IT and maybe this has some longevity to it. Do you agree with the whole switch jobs every 2 to 3 years? I mean, the longest I've lasted was 2.5. But I do, at least for young people, like, until you can find out what you're really passionate about, like, oh, I can wake up and do this every single day of my life until I retire. Which, is retirement even a thing anymore? Are we being a little too wistful thinking to think that we'll retire? But you know what I mean, though? I feel like for young people, that's the way to go. Now, employers don't like that. Like, I work very close with people in recruiting, and sometimes I'll hear them comment on someone's resume every now and then, like, oh, we like them, but they've had a lot of jobs. You know, they're a drifter. Which I don't think you should hold that against people, personally. Now, if they have, like, only a week at a job, sure. But I mean, I think I've worked over, like, 15... Wait, no. Oh, no, not 15. Definitely over 10, though. I think I've worked, like, over 10 jobs throughout my workforce career. And it's like, you know, if I'm miserable at a place, I don't want to put up with it, because it's like you only got so much limited time on Earth. Why put up with a job you despise? I sense you're someone who used to be wishy-washy, always flitting from one... That's a little too accurate, Uncanny Franny. But but now you have this renewed focus, like the 15-degree nozzle of your quality pressure washer. Oh, they added the weapon wheel now. Change stance. Oh, okay. I guess it's giving me the tutorial again. Jump. Whew. Look how high we are. Show dirt. Oh, good lord. What next? Aim mode. Oh, there it is. Aim mode. They turned it into time splitters. I actually like that a lot. You're not losing track of your stuff as you, I wonder, is this them putting down the groundwork to play in VR? Because this is very much how you control in VR. I wonder if that's the end game here. I'd be all for it, because they have some impressive models of things that I would want to like get up really close and look into. Like the rescue chopper. That's a really good model. But yeah, to answer your question, I think that's kind of the way to go for young people, because the workforce isn't the same as when our folks were in the workforce. I mean, you can get a lot of money with years of service. That's true. It just really depends. Like, if you find the golden goose job, where it's like, okay, these people treat me right, they're fair, I want to work, I'm motivated to come in, then by all means stick with them. But I feel like the workforce as it is now, they're just churning through people. Like, they don't know how to meet the demands of, like, people who just survived through a pandemic. It's just like one of those something's gotta give things. Either the workforce gets better, or they're going to, a lot of places are going to be hurting for employees when word gets out that they don't treat people right, you know? How many levels are there in Power Washer? Ooh, that's a good question, actually. I think I can actually, without leaving, completed. Let's see, so there's 2 to a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. At least 32. At least 32 levels. And I know they've added quite a few more since I last played on stream. So I would say maybe 38 levels. Because after the fortune teller, I believe... Wait. I think there's reduxes of levels now. I don't know if you can play the original level, but they like revamped some levels to make them a little bit more flowy, like give them a better flow to them. Like if you remember, if you saw me play Treehouse, I spent literal hours trying to find this last particle of dirt. So I think they've reworked Treehouse among the others. Which, not to say Treehouse is a bad one, it's just trying to find that last dirt. You get to the point where it's like, I just want this level to be over. I don't enjoy it anymore, you know? So I'm hoping Treehouse got worked around, because that one is actually very good. Because there's evidence of Bigfoot all around the treehouse. Like, you see his footprints, you see, like, places only a Bigfoot could reach. It's actually really cool. And, like, the text you're getting from the owner, he's a Sasquatch hunter, but he's like thinking, ah, darn teenagers, they came out and vandalized my treehouse. But then it's like, the one person who's looking for Bigfoot out in the woods can't recognize Bigfoot evidence. It's funny. They need a Willow Creek expansion where you can, I forget the guy's name, but where you can, like, power wash his guts off of the trees that the Bigfoot smashed him into. I'd play that. Ah, darn shame. Looks like these kids were filming a really bad found footage film. Although I suppose that's something more for, I have really big feet. Shh. Don't say that too loud on the internet, trust me. Alright, I'm trying to do you a solid here. You know, I'm trying to play goalkeeper. That's not something you want to let out on the internet. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I suppose I have big feet too for a goblin. I don't know, you know, back on Homeworld, we didn't have like the same size measurements as on Earth, so like a large on Homeworld, I don't know, that's probably like a 2 here on Earth, but I wear some pretty big shoes. And I think one of my feet is a little bigger than the other. What shoes does Goblin wear? I wear a few. Going to work, though, I mostly wear... I hate admitting this because I feel like I shouldn't spend so much time at work. But the shoes that I wear the most right now are steel-toed shoes. Because I work at a factory. And even though I work in the office, I still go out on the floor to like ask questions and take pictures and stuff, so I have to wear steel toe boots, so I'm wearing those 8 hours a day and my feet hate me for it. I mean, I could probably get new steel toe shoes, that's probably the solution, but it's like, okay, I'm trying to get out of this job, let's not get new shoes until I'm sure I would actually need new shoes. Because if I'm in an office for the rest of my life doing IT work, then I'm not getting another pair of steel toes. You can't make me. But outside of that, I actually wear Nikes. I found that I really like the shoes without laces because you can just like slip them on and they actually stay on your foot. They're not like slippers. They're like tennis shoes, but they don't have the laces, but they stay pretty tight on your feet. I like those a lot because I feel like as a society, Earth should have moved past laces by now. And it looks like Nike is the only one leading the charge on that. I think they're... Wait, no, it's not Nike, it's Adidas. Oh god, I shouted out the wrong company. Adidas makes the shoes I like, not Nike. Friendship with Nike over, Adidas is now best shoe. Nike sucks. Yeah. Nike sucks. All the Goblin gang hates Nike. Adidas is where it's at. They like child labor? Oh, yeah, you're right. That's hard to avoid in America, sadly. Just with how much of our stuff goes overseas, and how much of that overseas work exploits, often children. It is a sad situation, because it's like, even people who try to avoid, like, unethically sourced, materials and stuff, how are you sure? You know, it's like disgusting, really. Yeah. You know, it's like you want to get like your clothes ethically sourced and stuff, and it's like, how can you be sure? I mean, there's always like Buy American, but you know, even that has loopholes. Like, I remember there was a while. It sounds like something from like Nathan For You, so don't quote me if this is actually incorrect. But wasn't there a town in China called USA, and they were putting on their label "Made in USA"? It's like, well, technically you're right. You were made in a USA, not the USA, but hey, you're telling the truth. That sounds like a thing I would go make it yourself. If you're into DIY, I would actually ask Funky about some things. Funky's really into like custom clothing and stuff. I would get with Funky and like just kind of talk about it. Maybe he can give you some pointers on DIY stuff. That would be pretty cool, actually. Like learn to make your own shoes and stuff. Like, yeah, you can't do like you probably can't do like all the plastics and space age polymers that the shoes do, or that they put on like the Adidas Pros and stuff, but you could make some like moccasins, or like maybe even like a Croc mock-up. You could call them mocks instead of Crocs. Actually, that's a fire idea. Don't steal the fake Crocs idea. I'm going to do that. Shoes I have no experience at, though. Well, there are still people who make shoes, like cobblers and stuff, but they make like the dress shoes or the smart shoes and stuff. So maybe we can all take a cobbling class together and learn how to make our own shoes. I'll make myself a nice, fine pair of clogs out of wood, and then walk through the streets, and people think a horse is like charging down the street. I'll like make horse noises as I run up behind people, and they think they're going to get trampled. Then it's just little old me. Oh god, that'd be a good way to get like shot. Like people think, ah, horse is attacking. The horses have gone mad. The more you know about Funky. Or maybe even ask cosplayers. There's a lot of cosplayers out there that make their own stuff. Might be good to like get with them, like see how they like source their materials and all that. I always wanted to do cosplay. It's just I'm kind of like the ironically, I'm the biggest nerd in my social groups on the outside, and I can't get anyone to ever go with me to a convention. So I feel like the only time I would ever get to go to a convention is if like someone asks, "Hey Goblin, you're a VTuber in the area. You want to go to our convention? Have a little panel, meet some fans?" First of all, I would love to do that. That would be an amazing opportunity. But I would need like Gura numbers before people start knocking down my door to bring me to a convention. I would need like off-brand Gura numbers to go to a convention. It's like, Goblin, you're our favorite VTuber. How you doing? Would you like to come to the convention? And I'll just look at them and say, did Gura say no? They're like, yes. It's like, fine, I'll do it. Usually it's a good idea to grab some cheap shoes and add stuff to it. Oh, like new insoles and stuff? That would be pretty nice. Get like a cheap pair and then like do some custom gel soles to make them nice and comfy. I need to look into some gel soles. I don't know. I noticed today I built up a kind of a bad blister on one of my feet from wearing those steel-toed shoes every day. I would like to learn how to make shoes because I love Converse shoes, but they are hell on my feet. If I could like combine those with running shoes, god tier. Ooh. Yes, I actually like Converse. I feel weird saying that I collect shoes, but I have collected like some special edition shoes over the years. Like my favorite pair of Converse, I got the Gorillas promotion with the camouflage of the Jeep on their first album. I got those, and I love those shoes. Although the downside was they had like this little like ink artwork on the inside, and I wore a white pair of socks with them, and when I take them out, some of the artwork came off onto my sock, so I had like oranges and purples on my socks. It was kind of funny. I should try and get pictures of these because I might have them here in the house, or they might still be at Earth Fam's house. But I also had the Beatles Yellow Submarine Vans Skater High Tops. Those were really nice. I remember sometimes I wore them at college, and every now and then I would be in the store getting like groceries and stuff, and someone would stop me like, "Dang, what are those shoes?" You know, it's like the "what are those" meme, but they aren't like insulting me. It's like, "Dang, where did you get those, Goblin? Those are cool." Of course, it's a band that my great-grandpa listens to, but hey, can't argue with style. I like a Converse, but they're hell on my wallet. That too. We actually have a Converse outlet like an hour away. So if I ever get Converse again, that's where I go. They usually discount them pretty heavily because they're like late season shoes that didn't sell, or it's like stuff that they just want to get rid of. I got a really nice pair of leather Converse there. They're the classic canvas, but they're reinforced with leather on where the rubber would be, and they're very durable. I've had them for years and they haven't like worn out or anything. Like I'll probably have them for the rest of my life. They go great with like some outfits. The pattern is called Cactus. It's like this green, almost camouflage pattern with like a little bit like of like white specks in them. If I can find those, I'll take a picture of them too. I was really disappointed though, because Vans did a David Bowie crossover shortly after he died. Which, yeah, seems kind of ghoulish, but they had these really nice high tops with the Aladdin Sane. I believe it was Aladdin Sane. The Aladdin Sane lightning bolt on them, and I wanted a pair, so I signed up for the newsletter to get an alert, but they never alerted me and it sold out. That's one thing that bugs me about collecting. How, like, they'll capitalize on someone passing away. Like, I remember back when you guys are going to find out something a little dark about me. I used to be into Funko Pops. I'll give you a second to recover from that. And I remember following the Funko Pops Instagram back when I used to have Instagram. And it was when he played Willy Wonka and Bart from Blazing Saddles. Was it Bart? Why can't I remember his name? Gene. No, not Gene Siskel. One moment. Let me rack my brain. Here, I'll mute my mic so you don't hear me racking my brain. Siri, who played Willy Wonka in the original Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? No. Oh. Sorry, the originals. Who played Willy Wonka in Willy Wonka? Come on, Siri, you stupid thing. Come on, Siri. I'll type it in. Technology, man. I'm just trying to please these ungrateful people and... Oh, Gene Wilder? Okay. Alrighty, I'm back. Gene Wilder. Shortly after Gene Wilder passed away, Instagram put like a little Funko Pop up on their page that was all black and white, and it's like R.I.P. Gene Wilder. And right in the comments, someone said, "Make a Penny Dreadful Funko Pops." And it's like, someone just died, and you're harassing Funko to make something out of this stupid show no one watches. I can hear. I know. I was doing a little bit. We like to have fun here. Oh, that's a nice dancing emote there, Aki. Is that from Slump? Yes. Oh, that's really cool. I like that little dance. It looks kind of like the Orange Justice, maybe, or something a little bit like it. Yes, I love her emotes. They're so cute. Speaking of emotes, I really need to, like, reevaluate some of my emotes. I feel like I need to, like, elevate. You know, I'll admit, you know, I've been trying to come up with ways to kind of, there's that word again, facilitate. I've been coming up with ways to kind of facilitate growth, and it's like, you know, I need to make things look a little bit more like, just a little bit like professional. It's like, make it look less like Goblin pooped it out in an afternoon, which is true about everything I do. It's been dropped in about an afternoon. So I need to kind of work on emotes, I think. This one's my favorite. Oh, I love that picture of that cat. Just looks like a little troublemaker. Like, I'll never tell who knocked over the fishbowl. Yes, it was I who knocked the pizza onto the floor and then proceeded to take a nap. My most devious of follies yet. Hoo-hoo. I don't know why I imagined cats talking like 1800s movie villains. A dastardly plot indeed. Mr. Whiskers, you've done it again. Tally-ho. Time to cause mischief and merriment. What wonders await us in the Hall of Mysteries? Need I ask? Oh, just those rapid-fire dings. That's another thing I've been thinking of. I might try and commission more artists. I don't know, like, kind of what I said before. I've been just kind of trying to come up with ways to kind of grow the content a bit. Because, you know, I care a lot about this channel, about what we do here, and it's like, you know, I want to make sure it's prospering. And something I've noticed is that a lot of people do commissions. You know, it's like, you know, I need to do that more often because I love the artwork I've commissioned. And it's like, you know, it just kind of makes things look really professional too. It's like, oh, dang, they got that artist. That artist did some work for Goblin? Holy cow, let's check him out. Yes, exclusives. Exclusive emotes, is that what you're saying, Aki? Or exclusive, Sorry, I lost train of the conversation there for a second. Oh wow, looking into your future, it's really quite amazing. Aw, shucks. Exclusive insights on what's to come for the streams. Oh, okay. Well, you weren't here last year, Aki, but last year, over the summer, I had a Goblin on the job, which is my little way of saying that I'm lore-wise, Parts Unknown slipped into another dimension, like it does most years. So I was out of town when it happened, so I got jobs across America, and that was just me playing a lot of simulator games, like Truck Simulator, Signal Simulator. What else did I play? But a lot of those job games, where it's just like you're trying to like do a job, but in video game form. And that was a lot of fun, so I'm actually doing that again this year, Gob on the Job. I'm shortening it to Gob on the Job because I'm a goblin on the move. Don't got time to enunciate the entire word. Gob on the Job Part 2, or Year 2, is coming in a couple weeks, actually. I'm going to start it the week that summer officially starts. So that would be starting, I believe, June 19th. Wait, yeah. Wait, no, it's July. Is it July now? No, it's June. It's June. June 19th is when Gob on the Job returns. I do have a couple games already. I'll be playing more Power Washer. I believe they'll update the game quite a bit, so I should be flush with content on this game. I'm also going to play House Flipper, maybe some more American Truck Simulator, because that American Truck Simulator actually got very popular when I played it. Quite a few people stopped by, and they're people that have been showing up ever since. So that'll be pretty fun, I think. PC Builder Simulator. I'll show people my IT skills in action. What else? There's a Toy Tinkerer. I think I pronounced that right, Toy Tinkerer. I'll have to find the actual game. But there's a Toy Tinkerer simulator that I got that looked interesting, where you're like putting together old toys. Which I think that'll be pretty fun. And there's a few other things I want to keep as surprises, and there's some games that I use the job term a little loosely. Because last year I played Cruelty Squad, which is a Hitman simulator, but with like a really bizarre, oftentimes kind of gross art style. And I believe that that game developer is doing another game in that same universe, and I would love to play that if it comes out this summer. It's hard to describe the art style. I called it puke punk, because it has like very gross colors, and oftentimes it's like very jarring because like textures will like move, they don't stay like put. It's a very off-putting game, really. Like to get items and stuff, like health packs or whatever, ammo, you play the stock market with organs that you find from enemies, and like they'll have different values at different times. It's kind of funny. It's like human heart, alien heart, or something like that, mutant brain. So it's like you're funding yourself with like crypto and stuff before crypto really became obnoxious. I think I have a few clips from that if you ever want to dive into the archives. Maybe not a whole lot of clips from it, because the big clip from when I played Cruelty Squad was that I got like this very rare fish to pop up, and I sold it for like $1 million. Probably the least favorite game I played, and it's not the game's fault at all. Least favorite game I played during Gob on the Job was Signal Simulator, which it sounded like it would be up my alley. You're working at like one of those giant satellite arrays out in the desert, and you're like tracking like UFOs and stuff, but it is so hard to play. Like you have to like do like a big study guide in order to know how to play that game. You gotta like do your homework ahead of time, and I didn't. I thought, oh, I'm an alien. I know what to look for. How wrong he was. Is that supposed to be her crystal ball? I would love it if I clean off this crystal ball and it's just like a volleyball or something underneath. That was something interesting I heard about crystal balls. Someone was buying one from like a pawn shop or I don't know, like a fortune telling store, one or the other, and the person selling them said, hey, whenever you're not using this, wrap it up in a blanket or towel. And they're like, wait, if you don't wrap it up, do like demons come through and enter your home or something? It's like, no, if the sun hits it, it'll burn your house down. Because it like refracting the light, like focuses it in on a beam and it gets really hot. That's kind of fun, or I shouldn't say funny. House will burn down because of the demons, yes. But that is kind of, I shouldn't say funny. I mean, it's gallows humor, but it is kind of interesting how that might have caused like a lot of the lore behind ghosts and demons, that people didn't realize the crystal ball would like refract light in their house. It's like, we shouldn't have messed with that stuff. You know? Imagine if they had a crystal ball and it set a Ouija board on fire. That would really screw with them. It's like, oh man, they're trying to tell us something. That's it, kids. We're going to Bible camp. Just think how many born-again Christians might have been created from an accident with a crystal ball. I don't know why I make a lot of Christian jokes. I hope it doesn't make anyone uncomfortable. Like, I really got nothing wrong with Christians. It's just, I grew up Christian. So, like, it's kind of like a lived experience that I know a lot about this stuff. You know what I mean? And a lot of comedy is drawing from what you know. So if I'll say this now, if I ever say something about Christianity or anything like that and it makes you uncomfortable or upset, please let me know. I'm not like one of those, oh, if you're offended, then there's the door. You know, it's like, just be civil, let me know, and that'll be it. That way about anything, really. You know, like you have everybody has those kind of jokes with their friends where it's like, hey, that's a little bit of a sore subject. Do you think we could kind of lay off that? And if they're your friends, cool. They'll leave you alone, you know? I feel like making that a point because I feel like sometimes when we say like do like the whole free speech thing, like, you know, this is a free speech safe area, everyone's accepted. We do kind of, maybe there's a reason for that. Just like general acceptance in society at large, but, you know, we gotta think about everyone. Oh, hey, Xiao, how's it going? Hope you're doing fine. Just cleaning up a fortune teller's trailer. Ooh, ding. I love the ding. But yeah, if I ever do go too far with like anything about Christianity, let me know, because, you know, like I grew up with it, so it's not really a sore subject for me to like crack a joke about. But, you know, if it, I would genuinely feel bad if I do hurt someone's feelings in a way like that. That's not what I'd stream for. You know, doing good, just cleaned my stove. I need to clean my stove. If you've ever seen my cooking, you know, the food, it looks presentable. Don't look at the kitchen. The kitchen's a mess so that the food can look nice. Now, it's just, I get so busy during the day sometimes. You just, it's like, the stove will be fine. Now, dishes is one thing I make sure I stay on top of. Back where I come from, there would come a point where the sink is just full of dishes. And it's like, I kind of resolved, I never want my sink to get that bad. Oh, hey, Bambi Wambi 31. Ooh, Goblin is live at the moment. Hey, welcome. I remember you from Pun's stream. Was that during my day off? I think it was during my time off, and then like I ended up playing with Pun unexpectedly on stream, and then all that stuff happened. But how are you doing? Hope you're doing fine. I'm just playing some PowerWasher and answering some questions. Yes, and I torched Pun. Yes. I can't remember if I was streaming at the time or not. I don't know if I was. I know I had my break last week, and this is like my first week back to streaming. But I can't remember if it was like, I don't know. I won't dwell on it. But hey, glad to have you. Oh, no, you were not. Okay, yes. You're right, I was on break. Oh, yes, I remember now. Because that was a guerrilla stream for Pun. I had texted Pun a while back, or earlier in that weekend, it's like, hey, we haven't played Hunt Showdown in a bit. You want to play this Sunday? And then he was like, yeah, you mind if I stream it? Oh, be my guest. I wish I was able to just do a guerrilla stream, but I don't know, like, I get very particular about my stream schedule and stuff, and it's like, I do what I say I'm going to do when I say I'm going to do it. I can't go adding streams, that's madness. It'll be pandemonium. Cats and dogs living together. I actually don't know the rest of that scene. Oh, I was going to talk about this last stream, but I forgot to mention anything about it. I watched all of season 4 of, well, volume 1. I hate that. I hate when Netflix splits up a season, because I know it's to screw over the showrunners. Because they can order one season, split it up, and make it 2 seasons, and they only had to pay for one. I hate when they do that. It gives animators a really bad deal. But as I was saying, I watched all of Volume 1 of Season 4 of Stranger Things, and it's actually pretty good. I won't go into too many spoilers in case people are still looking to watch it, but I thought it was better than Season 3. You know, kind of the general consensus, and I liked Stranger Things. Like, maybe I wasn't crazy about Season 3, but it wasn't offensive. You know, I wasn't like, they ruined the show. How can I go on? But I think I like Season 3 quite a bit. It reminded me a lot of Season 1 in regards to what they, like the setup and stuff, which I adored that about Season 1. Like, I liked how the little game of Dungeons and Dragons they were playing, like, informed the entire plot of the series, or of the season. You know, it's like, but then you're attacked by the Demogorgon and you meet the strange princess. And what's this? The lonely knight has come to help. You know, I like stuff like that. And it reminds me of this one movie called Monster Squad. That's about like these kids. They team up to fight like Frankenstein's monster, Dracula, the Mummy, the Wolfman. And I don't know, I just like stuff like that. Where it's like people, they're fighting the paranormal, but only in the ways they only know how, like what they've read from books or played in a game or something. I like that kind of stuff. You know, something that bugs me about a lot of media is that they make their characters too informed on stuff they really shouldn't be informed about. Like, you know, back in ancient times, before they had like a name for the, or a word for the name dragon, you know, what they would probably just call it like a winged beast or something. You know, like, I don't like that. Like, you can take someone who is just like out or in their time and element, but then they suddenly know the name of every single monster that exists. Like, oh, it's a griffin, it's a cockatrice, it's a Dorpelfloof. It takes me out of the world building some when they do that. Sorry, that was a weird rant for me to go on. I guess I should explain I'm really into riding. It's a wild Bambi Wambin. Yes, a wild Bambi Wambi. But a wild Bambi Wambi here? They only show up when you're level 13 and we're level 4. Something's not right. The spheres have conjectured again. You know, it's a roundabout way of, well, I love writing, and it's a roundabout way of saying I like how Stranger Things handles the kids' understanding of all this crazy stuff that's going on. It's like, oh yeah, it's just like this concept in Dungeons and Dragons. I like it. You know what that is? It's fan fiction type writing. When characters just know everything about the universe and they inhabit in. That's fan fiction level writing. Because what the heck? Is this an Easter egg from another game they made? Because that's clearly a different arts. Wait, what? Oh no! I got it. It's a level they've been teasing for a long time. Here, come on. Let me get in close. I'm going to do the VaatiVidya lore dump video on PowerWash Simulator. What? Hey guys, VaatiVidya here, and it is PowerWash Simulator Prepare to Cry edition. What is the secret of the crystal ball? Well, when you go to the fortune teller's wagon and you see the crystal ball, it looks like any other crystal ball except covered in muck and mire. But when you clean it off, like so, you reveal a cat. But it feels like we should know this cat. Where is this cat from? Well, if you remember the text messages you received in the beginning of the game, the mayor's cat has gone missing. Could this be the mayor's cat? And also, what could this have to do with the volcano? As you may know, there's the volcano growing ever so looming in the background, smoking more and more, sending toxic fumes into the air. This volcano is bound to burst one of these days. Could this be a preview of the volcano level? As you can see, there's a trailer. Could we be cleaning an RV soon? And what about the mayor's cat? All this will be revealed maybe in the next episode of PowerWash Simulator. Prepare to cry. I'm sorry, I love those videos. I just think it's I think like the lore dump videos are goofy because you can tell who's been like given a lot of information. Like Dark Souls fans, you know, there's lots of info to find. You read the weapon descriptions, or you can read like journals or listen to characters talk. But in other games like Red Dead Redemption lore, they're just making it up. Because yes, there's like journal entries and stuff, but a lot of it's just speculative. Like, who are the Night Folk in Red Dead Redemption 2? Are they servants of the Strange Man from Red Dead Redemption 1? You know, stuff like that. Just trying to do anything to make a connection between stories. Or oh god, game theory. How can I forget game theory? Is Sans Ness? There we go. But yeah, that's kind of neat. I wonder if that is going to be like the level where we find the mayor's missing cat. You know, the mayor's kind of a dirtbag in this game. You can tell from like all the stuff that's been like said about him, and like when you clean up his mansion because it got egged and people are like saying that he sucks and stuff. You know, the mayor's kind of a dirtbag, but even if the mayor's a dirtbag, we gotta find the missing cat. Oh, Ty!
The Goblin game.
1992-2061. I'll just call you Ty for now. Welcome, Ty. Hope you're having a good one. We're playing some PowerWash Sim. Let's see. Sorry, I'm a little haphazard when I wash these things. You guys can ask Panda. Panda was getting very upset that I would like clean something most of the way and then just like run off to another part of the level to clean there. Nah, sorry. Welcome back, Funky. There we go. Yeah, sorry about that. Got busy with something. Oh, no problem. This is a laid-back stream. Like I always say, you can watch at your leisure. Just remember it might affect your final grade on the exam. There we go. Is that the whole underside? Yes. Let me check some. Oh, geez, some Pete. Whoa. Oh. Sorry. That... I forgot. It's been a while since people did blurp. And that really did, like, legit scared me. But thank you for the 15 bits there, Bambi Wambi. I remember that people got me pretty good when I was playing Phantom Abyss last time, and then my cat came in and started meowing, and it sounded like a little kid. And I don't know why that scared me so much. It's like, what the heck's a little kid doing in my house? Is this like a grudge situation? And I was just on edge all night because of that. Well, I think I got quite a bit of the wagon done. I think it's just time for the topside stuff now. I'm sure I'll find more that needs to be cleaned. I done nothing. I done muffin. I like muffins. Not many places make muffins around here. And I'm not much of a baker, so I can't really make my own muffins, sadly. Oh god, banana nut muffins. Those are the best. Oh, maybe I should do a gentle reminder. Because I talked about this at the very beginning of stream. But, first of all, thank you so much, people, for getting me to 250 followers. Greatly appreciate it. Like, these streams, I love doing them. It means the world to me that people stop on by and hang out, watch, laugh. And I want to get that out of the way. Or no, not get that out of the way. I want to say that before I say the next thing, because I'm really bad about doing like goals and promotions, because I don't. Sometimes I feel like if you just keep promoting yourself, it's like, well, is what you got not good enough? You know what I mean? I don't want people to feel that way when they watch me, but I do have a goal in mind, a followers goal. If we can get to 325 followers, I will cook and eat G Fuel ramen. When we get there, you guys can vote on what flavor you want me to make it. You know, there's a it doesn't even have to be G Fuel strictly. Gamer supplement ramen. So if there's like a flavor of like gamer subs or advanced GG, I'll get that. Unless I already have it, then I'll just use what I got. And I will cook and eat those ramen noodles I haven't figured out if I can cook them on stream, but I will eat them on stream, of course. Because my kitchen is very tiny. It would be very difficult to do a cooking setup for my stream. Not to say I won't try to figure something out, but realistically, I might would just have to cook them then go alive. But yes, if we... And I think there's a way to set up goals on Twitch to track automatically. But if we reach that, I will open a poll. People can submit flavors. Then we'll have a voting session. If we can't decide, I'll put everything on a wheel. And then we'll go from there. Figure out what flavor I cook these ramen noodles. Cooking with Gabo would be amazing. I would love to cook. Like, I've been doing those HelloFresh meals, and I actually like it. I hate grocery shopping, so being able to, like, we all, like, prepare the recipe before and cook something together, that would be kind of cool. I got some, like, I have the HelloFresh cards. I could list out the ingredients and stuff, and then it's like we can just like follow along. It'd be like the cooking shows, like doesn't Martha Stewart, or she had a cooking show, and like you the idea was you set your TV up in your kitchen and you follow her along. It's like, now you're gonna want to put that turkey in for 5 hours, and when you pull it out, you're gonna have a delicious golden brown butter turkey. Sorry, I turned into Paula. What's her name? Paula Dean? I almost said Paula Abdul, and I knew in my heart that wasn't right. I'll have to be careful that it doesn't turn into Cooking with Jack. If you guys watch Slump Nako, really cool streamer, by the way. In fact, let me shout out Slump Nako. I've been saying... I've been putting their name in my mouth, but not shouting out, so Slump Nako. American Truck Simulator, ooh. But Slump Nako got some barbecue sauce from a bit of a figure on the internet. I believe Scalafan. His name's Jack. I believe last name's Scalafani or Scalafani. But a cook on YouTube who had some barbecue sauce, the best barbecue sauce ever, quote unquote. And Slump Nako tried it. Maybe I can share some Cooking with Jack videos, but they're not for the faint of heart or light of stomach. I just need to say, if you know some people who are like internet veterans, you just need to say 3 words to make them dry heave. Party cheese salad. Just watch, like, if you have like one of your friends, it's like, I've been on Reddit for 25 years. Just say party cheese salsa. Watch all the color drain from their face as they run to the nearest garbage can. It's like that one guy that attacks Superman like every few months, and Superman can only defeat him by tricking him into saying his name backwards. I think his name's like Ms. Cuddle or something like that. That Superman has to be the worst superhero to be turned into. I'm gonna go cook. Alrighty, Funky. You better not be cooking up some party cheese salad. I know I just talked about party cheese salad. I hope that's not you thinking like, you know, party cheese salad. I like the sound of that. Please, Funky, for the love of God, don't do it. But yes, have a good time cooking, Funky. Hope your meal turns out excellently. Cooking a meal wrong can like ruin your entire day. Like I'll admit I have a little bit of an unhealthy relationship with food. I think that's true about a lot of people, especially after COVID, where we were like well, there's no food here, and we don't want our local businesses to go out, so let's order a pizza. You know, and I've been doing a lot better about cooking for myself, but every now and then, like, one thing will happen, and it's like it's like when you have that buddy who's trying to quit, or maybe a relative who's trying to quit smoking, and like just a tiny thing can happen, something that's not really a big deal, but like when they're in that I gotta get off smoking mindset, it sets them off, and it's like, I gotta have a cigarette, I'm going. You know, that's kind of how I am with fast food. It's not healthy, you know, like I know it's not a good reaction to have to stress, where it's like, today was a horrible day, I'm ordering a pizza. But messing up a meal like that can really set me off. Like, I accidentally burned flatbread pizza, so I ordered a regular pizza. And it's like, oh, well, you know, Marco's, they have such the good deals. I gotta get cheesy bread, too. Some dipping sauce. I don't know where I was going with that. I think it's because I literally said, like, 2 words at work today. I said hello and goodbye. Not exactly, but that's basically all I said at work today. It was quiet, and I loved it. To be honest, I had worse food than that, like a sea cucumber. I mean, I suppose you can eat anything out of the sea, but I didn't realize people ate sea cucumber. Huh. Those are strange creatures, because I don't think they're as aware as, like, your typical animal. But they're a living thing, you know? It's like how some people used to think that octopi, or wait, no, fish in general, some people used to think that fish had, like, no awareness or, like, instinct or whatever. They just kind of exist. That's why a lot of people don't consider, or at least back then, I think we've kind of changed our perception now. But there was a while ago that fish weren't really considered animal. Like if you wanted, like, a no meat option, it could still come with fish on it. Something that was very popular during Lent. Wait, Parts Unknown, believe it or not, has a very large Catholic population. So during Lent, like is it Ash Wednesday? Ash Wednesday leading up to, I believe, Easter? Now, I could be wrong about that, and I apologize. I didn't grow up Catholic. I grew up in a Christian household. An alien that grew up Christian. But during Lent, a lot of people would give up meat, but fish was still allowed. Which I found that strange for a long time, and I always thought it was like part of, like, the antiquated idea that fish weren't, like, aware of like anything. Like they were basically like living vegetables that swim in the eyes of biology circa 1970. But sea cucumber, I'm kind of curious about how that would be prepared. Because I cooked with a land cucumber earlier today. You know, cut it in half lengthwise and then chopped it into little crescent shapes. I like land cucumbers, but I'm more of a fan of land zucchini. Ooh, I bet a sea zucchini would be delicious. Chop it up, pan fry it just a little bit, so that it gets a little bit of a brown outer layer. Makes it very tender. Ooh, I love zucchini. That's like my favorite vegetable. Oh, these roof ribs. Ah. Oh, I fell off the wagon. Sea cucumbers are bottom eaters? Oh. I hadn't considered that. Yeah, kind of like lobsters. It's amazing that lobster has become a delicacy. Because way back then, that was considered a quote-unquote peasant food. It's like, oh, gross, you're eating lobsters? What, you're gonna grow some hay and then pay a pittance to the lady in the lake? You know, the lobster used to be considered very low class, but now it's a delicacy. So hey, maybe sea cucumbers are due their turn in the sun. Although they probably smell very bad in the sun. Lobster was prison food in Maine. Oh yes, I remember hearing about that. I just find that funny, like, people start getting arrested for, like, just minor crimes. And they're like, all right, lunchtime. It's like, don't worry, constable. I already have my bib. Why did we ever stop calling them constable? That sounds so much more dignified. And I feel like instead of the common, not to get political, but I feel like a constable wouldn't be so aggressive. I don't know, constable just sounds lovely. It's like, Constable Mulgrady. Top of the morning to you. I don't know why the constable's Irish now. Oh no, we just lost our one Irish viewer. I am so sorry. That was a collab idea I had. It will be very difficult to do, but I think I want to see some big company do it. Like if I could get into the ear of like one of the I'm Irish but didn't leave. Oh, I didn't know that, Bambi Wambi. Another friend of mine, Fab, is Irish, so I didn't know. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh wait, oh duh, you talked about it in Pun Stream. I'm sorry, I have goldfish memory sometime. Officially, on the books, it's called Goblin Brain. Ah. Oh, I see it. That little rib. Just a playful rib. It's like practically the same color as the paint of the rib. I'm getting me coat. No! I didn't mean nothing by it, honest. What was I saying? Oh yes, there was an idea I had that I want one of the bigger companies to do. It was a Model UN, kind of like what they used to do in high schools. A Model UN, but with VTubers from around the world. I always thought that'd be kind of funny, and like they'd have like debates and stuff. Just, you know, just playful debates like on head pat taxes or something like that. The problem is we are not declaring all of our unaccounted for head pats. I need to check my PDA. Let's see, axle mounts. Okay, jump off the roof here. Oh, wait, I saw roof trim. There we go. Oh, it's like right there. That's... There we go. Oh, part of this wheel. Wait, is it this wheel? looking for dirt. Oh. See what I mean about the little nooks and crannies in this game? There we go. So what happened in gaming since the last time I streamed? Well, the PlayStation State of Play happened. I didn't watch it live, but I've been reading up on some of the stuff. It didn't sound so bad. I like that they're embracing games coming to PC a little bit more. Because, I don't know, I think something that console manufacturers need to realize is that they aren't exactly competing with PC players. I feel like PC players, you know, they're ride or die. You know, they're going to play whatever games they want, but it's going to be on PC exclusively. Not to say they won't have like a Switch or something, which I can understand why Nintendo might be a little bit more protective. But, you know, I'm glad that Sony is kind of opening up more. Microsoft has always been pretty good about getting their stuff on PC as well, since they own Windows. But I'm glad Sony's loosening up the coiffers a bit, because the Spider-Man games are coming to PC later this year. I played the first Spider-Man, and I thought it was pretty good. Not a super difficult game, you know, but I thought as like a Spider-Man outing, it was actually pretty good. You know, it had like the happy medium of like Spider-Man being a little bit older, but still very much young. Like, I think college age, or maybe fresh out of college. You know, kind of the happy medium of where I like my Spider-Man media. Because that's always been like the big appeal of Spider-Man, being something that people that are a lot younger can relate to more. You know, that was like the big separator of Spider-Man from any other superhero at the time, because he was just a kid. You know, for the longest time, kids in comic books were always like the plucky sidekick, or like the one that would always get in danger that the actual superhero had to save every time. And like Spider-Man was the first time saying like, "Hey kid, you can be a hero." What am I still missing? PDA? I'm calling it a PDA when clearly this is a tablet. I'm sorry, I'm a product of a bygone era. What was it? What did I pick up? Bay window supports. Oh, jeez. Oh. It plays before the thing shows up on OBS, so... I'm just a little Neko shark. I'm not scary. Oh, there it goes. Canopy? Okay, I can finish the canopy. But yeah, I'm happy that Spider-Man is coming to PC. Get to see it in an uncapped frame rate, maybe, or 60 frames, because I believe it was only on only 30 on PS4. And Miles Morales is coming out too, which I believe was PlayStation 5 exclusive. So I'm glad that's coming to PC. I was a little interested in that. I heard it's pretty short, but you know, I liked the game it's based off of, so I'd be down to play more Spider-Man. And Miles Morales is a cool character. You know, not to get too much into the controversy, but there's some people who have big problems with Miles Morales, and if their argument was slightly different, I could agree, but I feel like some people kind of argue in bad faith against having Miles Morales as Spider-Man. Because there's been tons of iterations of Spider-Man, but it seems like Miles Morales is the one that always gets it the worst because of, you know, some people bring race into the matter, which is, you know, you can't ignore race. But I feel like people use race to like unfairly diminish Miles Morales as a character. Which is why I'm glad that there's a lot of good Miles Morales media right now. Like Into the Spider-Verse, and now the sequel coming up. And the game, I heard the game's pretty good, just a little short. I don't know, it reminds me of that one graphic that they always show it around where it's like they'll show like a bunch of stuff in comic books, and then they'll show Miles Morales, who, if you don't know, Miles Morales is African American and Hispanic, and Spider-Man. And people will like show a picture. It'll be like they're fine with everything else in comic books, but when you show Miles Morales, it's like, oh, you made it political. So I'm glad there's good media with Miles now, I guess is what I'm saying. I mean, the comics have been okay. As okay as comics can be today, because I feel like comics just aren't very good anymore. Never had a problem with Miles. Neither did I. Now, I do, where I would maybe agree with those people that make that argument. I still think that we should allow, instead of like changing, or they're not really changing Spider-Man. Spider-Man's still a thing. It's just Miles Morales is another Spider-Man. But I feel like we do need to like give people their own characters. Like, I feel like when someone says like, oh, Captain America is now a different identity, I feel like they only do that for controversy, and I don't like that. Like, I don't like boiling people down to, well, boiling people down to only one thing. Right, everyone needs someone to look up to. My only issue is I don't like when people boil a character down to like only one defining feature, like race, sexuality, and then that's all they play them for. Like, you know, there are some people, they only like Miles Morales because he's black, not because they think he's a compelling character, and I feel that's wrong. I feel that's wrong to not look into the character. For me, it's always Spawn, Carnage, and Venom, yes. Spawn's one of the big ones. Being one of the, not really the first, but like one of the most popular African-American superheroes. Often portrayed by Keith David, like one of the best voice actors in the business, in my opinion. Like, what's the same maker? Oh yeah, what's his name? Not Seth MacFarlane, Todd McFarlane, right? Todd McFarlane, is that who created Venom as well? I know he created Spawn. Where am I missing this last part? Oh, I'm missing quite a few parts, actually. Roof trim. Roof trim, I think that's around the top, maybe? Yes, it is, Todd. Ah. You know, as much as I didn't like Mortal Kombat 11 for a number of reasons, they did very good on the characters that they brought in. Getting, like, Keith David to return as Spawn. They got the same voice actor who played Joker in Injustice. Getting the actual Arnold, you know, getting Arnie himself for the Terminator. And Sylvester Stallone. That was nuts, getting Sylvester Stallone to return as Rambo for the character. Though Carnage has someone else, though. Else thought, in a way, Todd helped heavy with it, from what I recall. Ah. Carnage is one of the characters I know very little about. Like, I just know the general gist of Carnage being like a byproduct of Venom, or at least like another symbiote just like Venom. I always thought how they introduced, well, not exactly Venom, but the Venom suit. I always thought that was kind of cool. It was this comic crossover event where like Marvel heroes were fighting each other in a tournament put on by like some space alien. And the guy running the tournament wanted everyone on equal footing. And Peter Parker brought up, hey, I'm out of web fluid. I have to make this stuff myself. I'm at a disadvantage. So he gave Peter Parker the Venom suit, which created its own venom, or its own webbing. And that was like what he used for a while before it started like corrupting him or something, or like it took on a life of its own. I always thought that was kind of cool. And then it's, you know, it was just kind of like a gimmick crossover event. And then it turned into this like beloved character eventually. Though, oh wait, I already read that. Nope, there was something. I saw a little bit of something. We're pixel hunting. Oh, yep. It's like when I tried to snipe in a battle royale. It's like I'm just... I feel like I'm playing Hunt Showdown almost. It's like I heard gunshots in the distance. I'm just kind of scanning around. It's like... Ah, pixel. Whoosh. Oh wait, I actually did kind of stumble upon. Yes. Do you know how perfect would have been if I got the ding like that? Let's see. Oh. Skylight wall. There we go. What else am I missing? Roof? What? Oh. Just a tiny little dinky little bit there. I like comic books, but I feel like I don't know, does it make me a fake fan that I don't like the modern comic books? Or does it make me an elitist that I don't like the modern comic books? Nah. I don't know. I just think comics have like a plethora of issues now. Not issues as in it's by each one's taste. Yeah. Not issues like number of books, but just like problems in the industry. I think a big blame could be at the movies. And it's not the movies' fault that they're wildly successful. It's just, it's like comics see that and it's like, well, we gotta follow the movies, gotta give people the movie beats. I think, anyways. And can you blame them? Because I feel like the movies have probably been vastly more successful than the comics for probably decades now. I mean, good God, Iron Man was what, 15? Oh no, it wasn't 15 years ago. That's what I'm going to tell myself anyways. Iron Man was not 15 years ago, please. Morbius. Can I talk about Morbius, please? I know people are sick and tired of the Morbius meme now, but I like it. I like stupid stuff like this where it's just like... But yeah, Sony... I don't like the Sony Superman movies Superman. The Sony Marvel movies anymore. Like, I don't think they did better than the Sam Raimi trilogy. But like the whole situation with Morbius, I just find funny. It's like just a bunch of random guys on Twitter are like gaslighting a company into thinking they're going to have the most successful movie ever. The character is cool. I'm not a big fan of Jared Leto. I really wish comic book movies would give someone else their dark characters. Like it's okay. You can use more than Jared Leto. There's other actors who can be creepy. Actually, I like Jared, and to each their own. You know, I'm not going to fault anyone for liking Jared Leto. You know, he definitely has his fans. Jared has his own twist. Yeah. I'll admit I wasn't a fan of his Joker. But you know, I'm very much traditionalist when it comes to comic books. It's like he's got to have the iconic wait, no, he did have the iconic green hair. Yes, damaged. Like one Joker version of his is better than the other, but that's because they let him focus better. That is true. Didn't they, or the original cut of Suicide Squad, apparently the Joker was much more involved and fleshed out in that, but because of studio meddling, they drastically cut down the movie, and like apparently like hours and hours worth of Jared Leto Joker footage just never got used. Which, you know, you're gonna have that in every movie, you know. There's going to be so many takes of stuff that you can't just use, or you have to use like bits and pieces of 100 takes. Was bland, but then the next time he got to be Joker, it's like, holy crap, why? Oh yeah, he was Joker in the Snyder cut of Justice League, wasn't he? Or they brought back his Joker. I've never seen Justice League. It actually gave me shivers hearing him talk to Batman. See, you know, if they followed that kind of thing, because, you know, Batman is integral. Batman is integral to the Joker. You know, kind of the Joaquin Phoenix movie was kind of a dark horse in that they didn't need quote-unquote Batman at the moment. You know, like, if there was no Dark Knight in the Dark Knight, or if there was no Dark Knight in the Dark Knight, you know, there would have been nothing for Heath Ledger's Joker. You want me to send you the clip of him speaking with Batman? Actually, if you wouldn't mind, I wouldn't mind if you did that. Or you're in Pun's Discord, right? Like, you could probably find me there. Or wait, I do have my own Discord. You don't gotta join if you don't want to, but if that's where you want to send me that via. Let's see. I'm missing something. As long as I don't get over spam, lol. Oh, honestly, if you want to mute my Discord, and this goes to anyone, if you need to mute my Discord, you know, don't let my Discord become a source of, oh, here we go again. You know, like, if you gotta mute the Discord, mute the Discord. You're not gonna, you might hurt I might say something mean about you in my journal, but I'm not gonna let you know that you hurt my feelings. No, I'm kidding. I like saying that to people. I used to train a lot at one of my old jobs, and that was something I would tell a lot of the people I would train. It's like, you know, and hey, if you need me to slow down, you're not going to hurt my feelings. I just might write something mean about you in my journal. Well, me being a decently sized tuber, some people freak out so far. I'm like, no, please. I get that. I mean, I'm very much a small VTuber still, but I get people just kind of wanting. It's like, just let me be normal. Let me be me, please. Rufa. I've never knew how to pronounce this word. Fascias? Fascias? I think it's fascias. Either way, it sounds right. Sent VOD? Alrighty. I'll try and wrap up this level, and then I'll watch that real quick. Oh, that's a fascia? Oh. Oh, it's in the nook and cranny still. There we go. Is it on the other side? Wait, no, maybe I'm done with it. No, I still got, wait, 3 more? Small VTuber of metrics and stature. Yes. Just wait, just you wait. One of these days I'm going to be the biggest small VTuber. I can't be the smallest VTuber though. I do know a few smaller than me. I hope they're still active. There's one, I don't want to say anyone's name in case it's like, oh, whatever happened to them? I feel like that would sound backhanded, but there are some VTubers that I've been paying attention to, and you know, stuff happens, and it's like, oh, I wonder what they're up to, and it's like, oh, I don't think they're active anymore. But there was one VTuber in particular that I really loved their design. They were a snake person, but the size of a garter snake. And like they would use a PNG and stuff of like their little snake wrapped around their microphone stand, and it was adorable, but I don't know, I lost track of them, and I haven't seen anything from them in a while. I hope they're doing okay, because I watched a couple of their streams and liked their content, and it's like, I hope to see them again sometime. Maybe life just got busy. You know, you can't fault people for trying to take care of their lives. Is there another fascia? That's a fascia. That fascia is done. But wall trim. Oh, I gotta do this. Now, it would be, I wouldn't have to jump if I just got the step stool, but there's no time. I gotta do this without the step stool. There we go. That's what I like to hear. Side panel. You know, I did like Joaquin Phoenix's Joker, but I feel like that's a movie I can only really watch once. And a buddy of mine kind of shared the same sentiment. Just like, I feel like the whole mental health, well, you know, that's always been like the Joker's kind of origin, sort of. In the newer ones, at least, but like, you know, just like the mental health angle, and like how it's like he tried getting help so often and like just was denied help. And my friend was like, yeah, I can only see that movie once, you know. It gets its point across, but yeah, I don't want to be that uncomfortable anymore. I just like people act like they would around me. Oh, I just act like I just like people act like they would around me, like you all have been. It's amazing. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that I know you're like kind of thanking us, but thank you for being honest. You know, it's like, hey, I like that. You know, I like to get feedback. Who doesn't? You know, you know, we all, every single one of us would love to go home wearing the blue ribbon. I have multiple people fanboying so much, and I'm like, no, I'm just me. I feel that. I like watching like documentaries on like musicians and stuff, and you know, so many of them, you know, it's like, yeah, I know I did that really cool song you all love, but really, I'm just a person. Don't worship me. You know, like that was a big driving force behind like some of Pink Floyd's work. Like I remember the story of The Wall, where Roger Waters? Yeah, I think Roger Waters. He was talking about a show they had on one of their tours, and there was just this kid tearing through the crowd, like jumping over people, dashing the stage, because he just wanted to touch Roger Waters, and like security was dragging him away. And like, I don't know, he like became disgusted with himself because he was like, he drove like some person to treat him like a god or something. And it's like, that like drove a lot of like his later work, kind of that imagery of like, no, I'm just a regular person, I just play the guitar kind of good. I think it was Roger Waters. A lot of musicians are like named Roger or Robert, and it's like, come on guys, can one of you be named Robbie to kind of separate? You mind if I call you Rick? Or like Michael Jackson, you know. I remember there being like a big deal that he would hire out a grocery store of people to just like ignore him and just let him like grocery shop or get like the grocery shopping experience and not be hounded for like autographs and stuff. That always just kind of interested me, where it's like, you become so famous, you have to pay to not be famous. I need to watch that Frank Zappa documentary. There's one on Hulu about Frank Zappa, and I recently got into his music kind of in the middle of last year. So I want to learn about the guy a little bit. You know, he was actually recommended to me on one of these streams. I believe it was a user by the name of Stoned, spelled STOWND. I believe that's who it was. They recommended, since I said that I love Weird Al Yankovic, to listen to Frank Zappa, kind of like a similar, like very talented but kind of does off the wall, almost goofy stuff. Made myself a single and double-decker Berg. Ooh, sounds like a good Berg. Sounds like you have a burgeoning plan. No, okay. Roof decorative trims. These roof decorative trims. I'm sorry. When I get to these points, sometimes it's a lot of me walking in circles. Roof trim. That's roof trim, but it's not roof decorative trim. Get the picture? Oh, you get very punny, am I right?
How about a magic trick?
Oh no. It sounded like I had a bad sound card. Like, oh no, is my sound card messing up? That actually happened to my PS3. This is kind of a long-winded story, but back on my PS3, I played Duke Nukem Forever, and it corrupted my hard drive. But I was just a dumb kid. Still am in many ways. I was just a dumb kid, and I thought, okay, the corruption's only on Duke Nukem. It'll be fine. Well, it corrupted every single game on my hard drive, and it got to the point where games, it somehow messed with my sound card, where games would, like, for example, Mortal Kombat 9, it would say round 1, fight. But since it was corrupted, it would go round 1, and then it would never go anywhere else. It would just keep playing that. I wish I recorded it, because people find it so baffling, but I swear that all happened. I know someone's sub alert, so I play their alert always. That's someone's sub alert? Machine gun fart? That's great. I could just imagine having that play during like a serious game or something. Like it's the final moments. The main character is on their deathbed, and then it's like, want to see a magic trick? I can't do farts very well. My lips are a little dry. Oh, and since this is kind of your first time on my stream, I'm not normally dressed as a maid. Aki redeemed my maid outfit, Maid in Heaven. So that's why I'm dressed as a maid. I didn't know if that was like an elephant in the room thing. It's like, oh, I guess this is how Goblin spends a Friday. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Shao. I found one of the best blurbs. Man, where is this? Wait. I think I found it. Walled. Oh, hey, Yellow. Hello, Yellow. I would recommend either lowering the noise of it or move your headset off of your ears. Let me lower audio output capture for everyone else. Keep everyone else safe. I'll jump on that grenade. Maybe only have one ear in.
Goblin
That was great, and thank you for the bits too. Bits on that too. Scotland forever. I could see the demo man from TF2 doing that. Since they have like the freedom. Roof decorative trims. I think I know what to use to spook a friend next time on Dead by Daylight or Scare Pun. Oh god. I Dead by Daylight is a fine game. But I'm never playing it again. At least not with just friends. Because I played the killer for the first time online, and I got clowned on so hard by the survivors that I'm just never streaming that game ever again. The only thing that would have been worse is if they like pantsed me and just started spanking me on stream. And like I cried or something. I was the Demogorgon. The Demogorgon doesn't even have eyeballs, but they were still blinding me with a flashlight. I want to call bullcrap on that. No joke, I'm part Scottish. Oh, nice. Oh, and hey, what makes Goblin a good VTuber man? What does make Goblin a good VTuber? Oh, you're asking me? Well, shucks, since you asked. No. Oh, well, I could take that as like, oh, they don't have the Irish R. Oh god, the Irish RA theme. Oh no. Well, I guess I can interpret that as what makes me a good VTuber, just something that I like. I think I'm pretty good about consistency. You know, like I set a schedule, I'm there. You know, the meme one that is the come out. Oh yes. I think I know what you're talking about. If you were a bad VTuber man, you wouldn't be. Oh, you were doing a setup for a TF2 joke. And I started stroking my ego right in front of everyone. If you were a bad VTuber man, you wouldn't be sitting here discussing it with you, now would ya? Ego stroker. Yes. If you want a VTuber's attention, play to the ego. You know, male VTubers just say we're kind of handsome. You can even throw in, hey, you're kind of handsome. That'll carry us through, like, the next 5 months. You're literally goated, my dude. Flaunt that skill. Aw, thanks. You know, I still think I can improve in lots of ways, but, you know, being that you guys do think I'm pretty good at this, that means a lot to me. You know how to wake up Irish VTubers?
Ding, 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 ding! Top of morning! Irish noises! Ding, 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 ding! Top of morning! Top of morning, everybody! Top of morning, sheep!
I was going to say, was that the Minecraft bell? Because I would spam that a lot. Was that Jacksepticeye? Is he Irish? Yes, okay. I feel so out of touch sometimes with some of these VTubers. Or not, I don't think he's a VTuber. He better not be if he knows what's good for him. How did you not know he was? Well, some people put on a really good accent, like those British actors that come over and play American characters. No, he's not a VTuber. You know, a lot of people think he's handsome, and you know, he's not bad looking. You know, as someone who's bisexual, I'll say, yeah, he's not bad looking. I refuse to respect Jacksepticeye. And yes, that is true. He did not finish Inscription. He's left it I was going to try and turn that into a pun, but I don't think I can. He's left He's left Inscription unscripted. Oh, that was I think that was my favorite game last year. I adored that game. I could just rant about how much I like Inscription for hours. Man, where is this? I need like a Skyrim highlighter to pop up on screen and say, "Hey, it's over here, dummy." Window frames. I know what a window frame is. Okay. There we go. Okay. All right, roof decoration. That's...
Hey, you're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush.
Oh. Those darn Imperials. Skyrim belongs to the nerds. Man, Skyrim was just such a huge thing. I had a teacher, he was my history teacher in high school. He took a day off to play Skyrim.
A new hand touches the beacon.
Oh god. I hated finding that thing. Like, I see that in the treasure chest, I gotta run. That is one thing I hate in open world games. They get that one quest that like just kidnaps you, and you have to finish it before you can go back to exploring or something. Or you at least have to like find a point where you can leave it alone. Roof decoration, roof fascia. Where is dirt on this thing? It's spotless. Oh, it's probably... it's probably like right a pixel's width on top of here. Have you played any more Elden Ring, Gabo? Not as much as I would like. I'm stuck hardcore in Elden Ring.
Isn't there something you should be doing right now? You know, for example, the things you were specifically told to do.
I'm sorry, Shigaroth. I'm back to work. Oh, those quests were fun with Sheogorath. I liked getting the Jabberwocky. Is that what it was? The Jabberwocky or Jabberwock? I liked getting his staff in Skyrim with the random effects. Roof decoration. What? Is it this thing? No. Wait, yes? Oh. There we go. Jeez, I'm Pete. Not gonna lie, like how almost everyone says I'm basically Shoggoth in a nutshell. Alrighty, got this clean. Now we get to watch the King of the Hill intro. Dun 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 dun. Oh, wagon looks great. Thanks so much. Mind how you go, eh? Whoa. Well, hey. I'll let you guys decide. I was going to give each game tonight, the 2 games I'm playing, about 2.
He is not Venom.
He's not. I saw that in the trailer in the theater, and I was like, there's no way that's in the movie that he says I'm in Venom, or I am Venom. I love the meme. Like, I was talking about this earlier, how we're like basically gaslighting Sony into thinking that they have a good movie. It's just they need to give people more time to watch it. This is my call to action. Don't watch Morbius until they release the Morbin edition, where they add in all the stuff that we say he's adding. We're going to gaslight Hollywood into writing our movie or letting us write Morbius. You know, it's like, yeah, he said it's Morbin time and killed all those guys. During the end credits, Jared Leto comes out and he does the Morb rap. My name is Morbius and I'm here to say, don't eat phosphorus, kids. It's not going to be a good day. Okay, what was I saying? Oh, yes. I'll let you guys decide. Do you want me to continue with Power Washer? I was going to give about 2-ish hours, 2 hours, 2.5 to the first game, then move on to the second. Or do you guys want to see Peglin? I'll give you a second to decide if you want to see. Oh right, yeah, I can do a poll. Oh, last time I did a poll during the Stanley Parable, it was a tie. Poll. Every poll is a goal. I think that's in Creator Dashboard. Alright, I'm going to lurk. Have a good rest of stream. Alrighty, no problem, Yellow. Thanks for the lurk. Manage poll. Here we go. Oh, new poll. Alrighty. More power wash or leave to Peglin. Alrighty. I'll give you guys a minute to decide. Alrighty. Mario Kart was the first time I ever saw Wario, and I immediately fell in love with the character. I just love all the sounds and how chaotic he is, like, I'm not gonna win. My brother and I, we would play Mario Party, and we took turns playing as Wario. Mine was the first game he was in. Same here. Me and my brother, we would take turns playing Wario and Mario Party and just getting him hurt in every single game. It was like our own game within a game. It's like, all right, it's my turn to be Wario. And like we do the swimming challenge and then like purposely lead him into like spike bombs and stuff. Alrighty. No, go to Peglin. Okay, the people have spoken. We'll go to Peglin. I'll play more Power Wash during Gob on the Job. So, you know, this isn't the end of Power Wash on these streams. But let's move on to Peglin. Peglin's a pretty fun game. And, you know, as a Goblin, I do have invested interest in this game doing well. I do have to turn up.
I missed.
Oh, I missed. Wait. Here, I'll start anew. Let me raise the audio a bit. I was listening to videos while playing, so I had the volume way down. Let's start a new adventure. Yes. I hope you guys appreciate the sacrifice. That was a very good run. But yeah, Super Mario Land 2 was his first game. Oh. That Super Mario Land 2. Oh, I'm thinking of Super Mario Brothers 2. Never mind, I had a brain fart there. Super Mario Land 2, that was on Game Boy, right? Was that the one where you're like helping out Daisy in Sarasa Land or something like that? Sarah Land? Alrighty. Now, a quick rundown if you haven't seen Peglin before. You know the game Peggle? You're like launching marbles at little pegs on a board, getting big scores. This is like that, but you're a goblin, and you're fighting bad guys in like an RPG style thing. And it's also roguelike. So the board will contain an additional refresher, increase your max health by 15, all attacks get extra critical damage. Let's do that. Look, the more you say Pegland, the more I try not to think of a word. When I first streamed this game, I had to coach myself, say, Goblin, don't say Pagan, don't say Pagan, don't say Pagan by accident. It's fine there because I said it on purpose. But yes, if you know the game Peggle, then this should be pretty familiar to you. Except you're using your score to attack RPG enemies and bosses and stuff. Oh shoot. I just remembered I was going to watch that Justice League clip. I'm going to do that real quick before I forget.
Au contraire, my little fish stick.
This won't get me DMCA'd, right? I don't think it will if it's just audio.
You know, like a father, like a mother.
Be very careful with the next thing you say.
Like an adopted son. Isn't that right, Batman?
Oh, he doesn't have the tattoo, or he at least covered it up.
Maybe, in a way, that smelly old flounder is right. Because how many can die in your arms before you run them to death?
That's not very careful.
And how many dead eyes can you look into before you die inside yourself?
I've been dead inside a long time. But even I have a limit. And if you cross that line, I swear to God,
Before what, Bruce? Kill me? You don't want to kill me.
Oh, don't think it'll
I'm your
DMCA?
best
Okay.
friend. Besides, who's gonna give you a reach around?
Oh.
Anyway, you need me. You need me to help you undo this world you created by letting her die. Poor Lois. How she suffered so.
You know, if he was like this in Suicide Squad, I could have seen that going a lot better.
How many alternate timelines do you destroy the world? Because, frankly, you don't have the cojones to die yourself. So as usual, I'll be the bigger man.
Here, I can watch and play at the same time.
Bruce. As long as you have this card, the truce.
Huh.
All you have to do is tear it in half, and I'm happy to discuss with you in any way like why you sent a boy wonder.
To do a man's job.
Ooh.
You know, it's funny. You would talk about people who died in my arms. Because when I held Harley Quinn and she was bleeding and dying, she begged me with her last breath that when I killed you, and make no mistake, I will fucking kill you.
Oh, wow. I wasn't expecting him to swear.
I'm gonna honor that promise.
Ooh. The ethereal Peglin. Approach the upgrade an orb? Okay. You know, maybe I should watch the Snyder Cut. I'll be unsullied by the original that kind of ruffled a lot of people the wrong way.
Where are we holding up?
Huh. You know, this was done before Joaquin Phoenix's Joker, right? I do kind of think it's interesting that they almost have like the forced or like his laugh sounds like he gone mad. Yeah, it kind of sounds like Joaquin Phoenix's laugh where it's like unhelpable. He can't help it. Like it sounds so forced, but not really forced, but like it's just like a sound he makes that happens to sound like laughing. I think that works pretty well. It's a shame we didn't get that originally. I don't know. If what I understand is right about Suicide Squad, didn't they change or do like a massive re-edit or reshoot because of how Guardians of the Galaxy did? Like, I feel like Guardians of the Galaxy influenced that a lot more than it should have, because it's like, oh, they got classic rock music. We gotta put classic rock music in. Put Bohemian Rhapsody in. That's the classic-est of all classic rock. What should I talk about? We'll talk about the game a little bit. You know, I didn't play a whole lot of Peggle back in the day, so a little bit of this is new to me, but I don't know, this is a game that I feel like it's one of the games I feel like I can play off stream pretty often, and I play this quite a bit. You know, like if I'm watching other people's streams, I'll put on some Peggle since I can just look at my one screen and play on the other. And it's got a goblin. You know, I feel like all games need to have playable goblin characters now. It's 2022. It's time goblins being playable, it becomes the standard. You know, this was something I did with some friends. We had the big Tiny Tina's Wonderlands collab with myself, Ultraviolet Sheep, Punishable Horror and Vtuber Snake, and I played a little bit ahead in the game, but started a new character so we were all in the same spot. I wish we held out long enough to get to this one part, because there's this part where you're doing quests for a faction of goblins called GTFO, which is Goblins Tired of Forced Oppression. It's like, if we just held out a little bit, we would have gotten to a really fun storyline. But, you know, it's not really anyone's fault we didn't get far. The game had plagued us with tech issues all night. It was hard to get anything done in that game because it's like, oh, the game isn't optimized for controller. Or, oh, the game, even though they fixed the servers, we are still getting kicked out of each other's games. You know, stuff that was really out of our control kind of soured the experience. But I kind of wish we held on just long enough to get the GTFO joke, because I feel like that would have been pretty fun. You know what I think would be a good movie, and it's kind of been done with like the cutscenes and stuff. I feel like if they took the Injustice storyline from the video games, they could probably make a pretty decent movie out of that. I don't know. I feel like they won't do it, or maybe they will. Maybe they will, because of the success of like Invincible and The Boys. I feel like a lot of people are clamoring for like, what if Superman was evil? And you know, it's like maybe DC should get in on that. Do like a live action Injustice movie, because I know they've done the animated movie. Maybe that's why they aren't going to do it live action Injustice. That's one thing I do like. I think DC kills it with their animated movies. They've done some really good ones. And usually they'll bring in like people who've voiced the characters like legacy voices. Like Kevin Conroy, he's in a lot of those. And he is my, hands down, my favorite Batman. I loved the animated series growing up, and I still watch it every now and then. I got it on DVD. Every now and then I'll pop in and watch like a Heart of Ice or a Beware the Grey Ghost. Or, oh wait, what's it called? It's like Harley's Day Out or something, when like Harley Quinn's like trying to go good. That's a really good episode. That would be nice. Yeah. I kind of don't like the whole Superman goes bad thing, because it's been done so often now. Like, I know people love this show, and I don't fault them for loving it. I hear it's very good. But I don't really want to watch something like The Boys. It seems so mean-spirited, and I don't know. I'm fine with Invincible, because there's actually a really compelling story. It's not just, oh, it's like Superman, but he's evil. There's actually a very compelling story behind that. Because I've read up on the comics, and it gets darker. You know, like don't think the series is going to like shy away from anything. But I don't know. I like the story of Invincible a lot more than The Boys. Because it's not like, oh, what if Superman just snaps? It's like, this was something that, oh, thank you for reminding me, Fab. I always do that when I play these, when I do these double feature nights. It's been a while since the last one, so thank you for reminding me. Oh wait, I don't think I hit done. There we go. I don't want to piss off the PowerWash fandom. They come in and it's like, hey, this Goblin's using our good name to try and get some clout. Scrub him away, boys. Ironic Kevin Conroy is somehow related to my family line. Ooh. That's pretty cool. Well, hey, at Christmas, tell him he's got one goblin that's his biggest... No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I'm not kidding about being his fan, it's just, you don't gotta tell him. But you know, if you want to give him my script for my Superman meets the Fantastic Four fanfiction, you know. We noticed it when we did a redeem cameo and saw our name, so he was like, wait, really? It's strange how so many people in the world, and you can just like find out like, oh, this person, I'm somehow related to them. Done with the burgers, man, I'm stuffed. Ooh. Oh, sounds like they were tasty burgers. Oh, I should tell you about what I cooked. I cooked some banh mi pulled pork, or some pulled pork banh mi hoagies. Those were actually pretty good. I might do a different coleslaw if I ever make this on my own time again, but the pork was, ooh. It was like a garlic herb pulled pork, and then I put like hoisin sauce. I think that's what it's called, hoisin. Some hoisin sauce, some garlic powder, a little bit of vinegar, some rice vinegar, and it was really good. Then I had these hoagie rolls that I cut in half, and I put mayo. I like spread mayo on them, and that was good. I put some of my favorite hot sauce on too. Black Rose hot sauce. It's delicious. It's pretty spicy for, like, it's a little bit spicier than Tabasco, which doesn't have much effect on me. I have a very high tolerance of spicy foods because I love them so much. But you know, it's one of those hot sauces where it's a little spicy, but they don't focus on hurting you. They want to give you a good flavor profile. You know, some people anymore in the hot sauce industry, they just want to hurt you. They don't want to give you like an exploration in flavors or like something tasty. They just want pain. But Black Rose isn't like that. That moves after every shot? Doesn't it already move? Oh well. Oh, this is also how you choose where you go on the path board. Sound tasty? Oh, it was tasty. I'm debating if I should stop HelloFresh, like not have them send me food, because I have dozens of recipes now that I can use. You know, I get like 3 meals a week from them. You encounter a weathered old... Oh no. This is the gambler. I'll gamble to show you guys this, but it can really screw over a playthrough. Okay, so I'm gonna try and get his coin. I lose the flip. I'm a little bit weaker. Oh, I got it. Got it on the second. That's the first time that's happened to me. Bottom slots gain multipliers that multiply or negate your shot damage. Really risky to get this. Because I messed up and got it one time, and I got lucky and did like one thing that would have wiped out the boss in one hit. Like I had like all the best items like durable, a lightning ball and stuff, and I would have done like thousands of damage to the boss, but then it landed in the 0 and I did nothing and I died the next turn. So it's really high risk, high reward, because now look, oh, I could get double damage if I land just right. And now boom. I might actually take out that flyer. You can select targets, but on most of your shots, you're going to hit whatever's in front of you, or whatever's like in front of the pack. Ooh, double damage, but not a whole lot of damage. So it's been an AMA, but I want to ask you guys, how are you guys doing? You got a good weekend ahead of you? That's right, I'm flipping the table. You guys are on the spot now. You gonna have a good weekend, or you got some plans going? Bet you didn't expect that. Watching movie streams sure has been addicting. Has ruined 2 game nights so far. Honestly, I don't blame you. It's kind of like, this is going to be a very weird analogy, but please bear with me. It's kind of like when you find, what am I trying to say? It's kind of like when you find a secret in a video game. Like, something you didn't have any previous knowledge of before. It's like, normally I wouldn't look at this or appreciate it, but the fact that I found it, and it's like something that I'm technically not supposed to see, like it's supposed to be hidden away from me, that somehow makes it more compelling. I remember the movie, or the Christmas movie streams. Those were a lot of fun, especially when they played Jingle All the Way, which is like my favorite Christmas movie. I love that movie. Mr. Universe Arnie and Sinbad going head to head trying to get the last Turbo Man. The one scene where Sinbad, his character's a mail carrier, and he did this fake out earlier where he got a box and he says, "This is a bomb. I'm a post office worker. We see bombs every single day." And he's like trying to freak out everybody, but it turns out it was just like a Christmas, I forget what was in it. It was just a Christmas gift, not even a bomb. And then he pulls that move again, and it was a real bomb that time. And as he's running away, he says, "This is a sick country we live in." I love that movie. Yes, the appeal is entirely in its illegal nature. Movies I wouldn't watch otherwise available might as well right now, so may as well watch. It's kind of like having a movie or a Discord movie night. Hint, hint. I might Discord movie night next week, just so you guys know. I've been falling behind on that with like my break. We got to get through the wheel. I'm just going to come out and say it. We got to get through the wheel. There's so many movies on it. Oh, no damage. I'm damageless. It was Shrek 2 earlier. How could we resist? Oh, Shrek 2 is such a good movie. What? Dare I say it, better than the first movie. I feel like Shrek 2 is the quintessential Shrek movie. I love it. I even like the video game. There was a beat-em-up game, sort of a beat-em-up, more of an adventure game for Shrek 2 that was actually a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun playing that with my friend back then. Because you could play it, I think, up to two to 4 players maybe, or maybe it was only 2, but you could still switch characters, and like each character had their own abilities. My favorite was Donkey, because he had this one ability called the Burrow Blast, where he would like kick with all 4 hooves and it would do a lot of damage, but also like knock down items or broke stuff. Are they going to do the rest of the Shrek movies? Because I highly recommend they skip Shrek the Third and just go straight to Shrek Forever After. I don't know, Forever After is a lot better than the third. I'm excited for the Puss in Boots movie. What's it, The 9 Lives of Puss in Boots or something like that? That looks like a lot of fun. And I love they're doing the 2D, 3D hybrid animation. Brings me back to how TV used to be.
What are you doing in my swamp?
What are you doing in my swamp? I can't do a good Shrek. It turns into like a bad Eric Cartman. What are you doing in my swamp? Screw you guys, I'm going to my swamp. When you just had to watch what was there, check the TV guide, and there was a movie. Oh, you mean TV as in literal TV. I thought you meant TV as in the TV board. I've been poisoned by the internet, I'm sorry. Actually, I should really heal up. And something you sometimes don't think about, the more of the orbs you have, the less likely you're going to have a good orb. Like if you just have tons and tons of orbs and they're all level 1, you don't have a very well optimized orb deck. You know, you gotta optimize, make it all smooth. Now, only half, darn it. And I know I'm gonna suffer for using the gambler, but I wanted to show you guys it because last time I streamed this, I won the gamble, but I forgot to pick up the chip. So I kind of messed it up and no one got to see what I was talking about. But yeah, that one movie, I think it's called The 9 Lives of Puss in Boots. That looks very good. I am loving that animation is almost in like a renaissance. Aw, the reward was winning the gamble. It's like that one scene from Las Vegas Vacation where he's like playing all the like back alley or casino games where it's like which hand or rock, paper, scissors. I think my poor Goblin is not long for this world. No. There we go, a refresher. I needed that. Oh hey, Reddy, how's it going? We wrapped up some Power Washer, and I let people vote if they wanted to see more Power Wash or move to Peglin, and the people have spoken. Peglin it is. Oh, I might actually pull out a win. Please. I need this. You don't understand. Oh no, the tree. No. Have mercy. Good, just woke up. Ah, that's good. You're getting some sleep. You know, you don't want to burn both ends of the candle. Sappers. Oh no, not. Wait, actually, that might help me because the Sapper Sap, your bombs do a ton more damage, but they hurt you. I might do that though because that will offset some of my losses on gambling. Spoken like a true gambling addict. Ha, if I get this bomb that hurts me oh no. This boss is not fun. It's like a living wall. I'll let you guys see the gimmick if I make it. Don't want to spoil the surprise. Don't burn both ends of the candle, burn the entire candle all at once. Oh no. If they find out you're doing that, they're going to kick you out of the Yankee Candle Club, and then you're not going to get the scent of the month. This month is cookie dough. You go up to like the what's it called? Bath and Body Works. They got all the candles. Ugh. I know this because my brother is married, and I like to hang out with them, and we'll go to the mall. we'll be around that Bath and Body Works for like an hour. And like you want to sample the candles, and then you smell them, but they all smell the same because you're surrounded by them all. Got some things to do, so Lurky's time. Alrighty, no problem, Bambi. Thank you for letting me know. This body can't handle staying up to 7 a.m. every day. Ooh. Yeah, you gotta get your energy, you know. I used to feel this way when I was on third shift, where like you just get to a certain point of awakeness that you feel invincible, but it catches up with you, and when it catches up, it's not pretty. So, you know, always make sure you're getting some sleep. You know, the VODs will be there if you have to wait till morning. Not to say I don't appreciate people sticking it out with me. Oh, Trisha Snakes. Thank you for joining the Goblin Gang. I hope you're having a good one today. Welcome. We're playing some Peglin. Hello, fellow Goblin. Oh, another Goblin. Always glad to meet another Goblin. We must do the Goblin handshake. No, I'm kidding. I just made that up. Ah, yes, the second wind, also known as falling asleep with 2 minutes of laying down. I used to get that a lot. When I heard about Dragon Ball Super, I started calling it Ultra Instinct, where if I am awake for a certain period of time, I will be extremely tired, but if I can get past that, I'm like ultra awake, where it feels like I slept for like 8 days straight. But it doesn't last forever. And then I crash very hard, and it's not pretty. That legit happened to me today. Oh, where it's like you try to sleep for like 2 minutes, and then boom, you get like suddenly you can like see people's heat signatures. You can see through solid concrete. Ooh, the Complex Claw. Boosted critical hits. Yes, always happy to meet more goblins. Welcome, Trisha Snakes. I will return the favor. Goblins together, strong. Experiencing the 4th dimension from sleep deprivation. Yes. Oh. I know I've done this joke a lot, but I always like to do like I have been awake for 72 hours, and now I can see the multiverse. I see all lands that once were and will be. Thanks to my steady intake of G Fuel, I am now like Doctor Strange. Oh, only half. Let's see, that pierces the first peg, so there we go. Oh dang, they're reflecting back at me. I need to reflect on my life choices that got me to this place. Okay, I killed it, not too bad. And hopefully get the next one for the double deuce. I need to just start making up moves that I do in video games. It's like, oh, we're doing the Goblin ground and pound. Oh, look out, you guys! It's the Goblin a la mode special. Oh, dang it! I tried to do the Wendy's 4 for 4. I found that the second wind only lasts as long as you're active and stressed. The moment you relax, you're done. Yeah. Back when I was doing my security job, my Earth brother, he needed my help to get his car. Like, him and his wife got their first car together. and he needed someone to like be there to drive their car back. And this was after like a 12-hour shift of running around as a security guard. And like as soon as I got in his car, he's like, "Okay, Goblin, we're gonna drive home. You good?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good." As soon as I got in his car, I pulled over into like a Walmart parking lot and took a nap. Which, in hindsight, was kind of a jerk move because he was worried about where his car was. It's like, yeah, it's fine, you know. I hop so across the street. I'm gonna get a waffle. I'll be good. Oh no, my poor Goblin's not long for this world. The Goblin slide. Oh yes, double damage. Ooh, decimated. But I'm very low on health. That's why I got the Sapper Sack. I usually don't get it, but since I have Gamble, or the Gambler chip, I feel like I need something that kind of offsets the chance that I do 0 damage. Sorry to hear that, Shao. I know those are very easy for older people to get. But hope, you know, not untreatable. So hopefully like everything can work out just fine. I don't know. I'm a pretty optimistic person, I'd like to think. I know my I've had family have that very similar happen to them, so hoping for a good to come out of this. Oh, wow. I don't know if I need to get more orbs. I don't need Morb. You know, when you decide you no longer need Morb, that's when you truly become happy. Morb, yes. You stand back, I'm Morbin. Oh. Jared Leto actually acknowledged it now. He posted on Twitter that he's reading the Morbius 2 script and it said Morbius 2. It's Morbin time. And now everyone's like, "Oh, that's it, the meme's dead. Goodbye, everybody." I still think if we keep it up and pressure the studio, we can get a Morbin cut where they re-edit the movie so he's saying all the stuff that we said he's saying. Personally, I want to contribute that he does the Morbin rap during the credits. The Morb cut, yes. Morbius, the Morb edition. Like the Joker with, "We live in a society." I know there's some people who take those memes seriously, but I love like the Joker memes where it's like, oh god, what is one? The one that I saw in the comments section of every trailer of the Joker with Joaquin Phoenix was, "Back in the 1950s, to create the Joker, you dumped him into acid. In 2020, to create the Joker, you dump him in society." I just love that so much because it reeks of that Dang, I'm 14 and this is deep. Oh no, my poor Goblin. I win. Maybe. Oh god, I could lose this if... Okay, nope, we're good. Yes. Oh wait. Heals you and damages targeted enemy for 1 times amount healed. Deals 15 damage to self when fired. Oh. That would be bad with my sapper sack. And that's removed after you. That could potentially backfire, though. That's the only problem. I'll get the guaranteed heal. Peg bag. Whenever you lose health. Oh! That actually works in my favor very well with the sapper sack. I get a little bit extra damage. You know, but I feel like the internet can be a force of good in the movies industry. Remember when we saved the Sonic movies by harassing them to change Sonic until they finally did? Let's ignore the studio getting shut down? No, I shouldn't say that. It is messed up that those people single-handedly like saved that movie and then they get fired because the studio had to close. Flying enemies are attacked horizontally, allowing for better targeting. Oh. Ooh, the Inferno. Actually, those fireballs do self-damage. That will work very well with the Ring of Indignation. Grab the fireballs, hot as expected, for a split second. I just imagine the little goblin, he's like grabbing the fireballs, he's like, oh, my little hands. my little hands. Alrighty. I like that smack sound effect. I know it's just like a generic sound effect, but I don't know, it's very satisfying. Whew. Decimation. They need to rename the Lord of the Rings movie, The Desolation of Smaug, into The Desolation of Gob. Aww. Aww. But it is funny that, like, the whole Morbius meme has convinced them to put the movie back in theaters. At least 1,000 theaters across the country. Although I imagine there's small theaters out there that still have the movie. Actually, how does that work? I was always wondered, like, do you have to return the movie after you show it in your theater? I should look that up sometime. Because there is a small theater, actually a few small theaters, but there's only one that I like. There's a few small theaters around parts unknown in here that they only have the one screening room. Like, they can only show you one movie at a time. Which, you know, that's typical. I feel like you only get the multiple screenings from, like, the very big theaters like AMC and Cinemark. What's the other one? There's AMC, Cinemark, Regal? I think there's, like, Regal theaters. It's good note. Oh, that's good news. Starting the medicine. You know, kind of what I was saying before. It's, you know, it's just... Not to sound dismissive, but, you know, it's just very easy to, like, get on to where hydration becomes an issue. You know, my own grandma had dealt with that quite a bit. Probably just can't officially play it after your contract runs out. That's probably it. I like that every time they hurt me, it hurts them. Oh man, I think I'm dead though. Yeah, because I think that, oh no. But if I hit the bomb, I'm dead. Because it does 4 damage, I only have 2 health. Well, I'm dead either way. Oh, my poor goblin, no! No, they're beating up my angel! I always wanted to see that in like a movie where like someone dies and you see their angel come out. It's like, get him! And they like rip the angel down and just start punching him. He's trying to get away. Attacks deal 10 damage to plants. Heal 1 for every hit while successfully navigating after battle. Take no damage from misnavigation. That's not horrible. Eye of the Turtle. Orb and Relic battle rewards contain an additional option to choose from. Ooh. Between those, both of those are very good. Or, not very good, but they can be okay. I feel like that's situational, but some of the plant enemies are the toughest enemies in this first level. But I don't think there's plants afterwards, so this one is only useful on the first level, while these can potentially be useful throughout the entire run. I'll do Eye of Turtle. More items means more potential for new content. Have you played this game, if you still happen to be here, Trisha Snakes? And do you like Trisha, or do you prefer saying Trisha Snakes? I've recently learned that some people, even though they have fully written out usernames, some people are like, just call me Wolf, or just call me Pun, you know? So I try to be accommodating. Trisha is fine, I haven't played it yet. Ah. Well, hey, if you're ever interested in this game, there is a demo out. I believe it's still out on Steam, the demo. But yeah, I played the demo a couple of times, liked it quite a bit, so I thought, you know, I'm a goblin. I want to play this. Hopefully they keep up with it. It's currently early access, but there's some pretty decent content here. I follow their Discord, so I'm up to date on what goes on. Just recently, they announced Steam Deck support. I don't know, the Steam Deck seems like such a Goblin console, or a Goblin concept. It's like, you get your computers, but now you can play, you have all your computer games, but now you can play them in a pillow fort or something. Wow. Saying that out loud, I think I just sold myself on a Steam Deck. I might save up for one. Because, like, my biggest problem with PC gaming is that I'm at my desk, and there's some days after work, my back just hurts. And it's like, I don't want to sit at my computer chair. I'm going to find something else to do besides play my computer games. Maybe I'll get a Steam Deck. Can do more than just Switch games and the pillow fort of the pillow. Yes. Although I do like my Switch. I haven't been playing it as much because I greatly prefer my PC over my Switch. Which, that's not the Switch's fault. You know, it's like, I got Elden Ring on here. Switch doesn't have Elden Ring. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Invest in a better chair. I did get a better chair for Christmas. I did splurge a little bit and get a nice office chair. I'm going to tell you guys right now, gamer chairs, they're a scam. The racer chairs, they're not designed for long-term use. Office chairs, though, you know, corporate America loves to make people sit in one spot for 8 hours at a time. And you know, after all the lawsuits, they decided to make office chairs a little bit better. Not a whole lot better, but you won't feel like you got ran over by a car when you get up from your desk. Sometimes. Which stinks though, because the racer chairs, they look nice, you know? Like, I get it, you know, especially if you're doing online shopping, you can only really go by aesthetic. You know, it's like, oh, that racer chair looks so sleek. It looks so futuristic. I have a nice comfy office chair, but it's like 5 years old and it's getting a bit rickety and tattered. My chair cries every time I move. Oh dear. I know that exact sound you're talking about, Reddy. It's like, yeah. When you get up, every time your chair would be like, yeah. Doctorb. Orbsium. Dense triggers each peg 2 times, can target it. I'll try that. I think that's a new orb. Or at least one I haven't equipped yet. It's Orbin time. I just slapped some WD-40 on that bit, and she works just fine. My gamer chair gets pretty squeaky. I had a gamer chair. Actually, last year, I was still streaming in that gamer chair. There were some nights I would get up from my... Like, I would get up after a stream, and I would be in so much pain. And it just didn't last. Like, I know I'm a little bit of a... I don't like using these words to describe myself because it sounds like boasting, but I'm a little thick in the thigh as a goblin. And using the gamer chair, the cushion flattened out on one side. So I would get like one leg kind of cushioned pretty good. The other was like on solid plastic or wood or whatever's inside a computer chair. It wasn't fun. So I got an office chair, very cushioned, hasn't flattened out. But yeah, that's my life advice. Get a chair that will last you long and not make your back worse. Did anyone ask you anything on your AMA? Oh yeah, I've been having a few questions throughout. But yeah, people are still free to ask me anything. I mean, I will veto if it's like something personal or a little inappropriate, but I feel like most people who come around here, they know what is and isn't appropriate. But yeah, it's been a pretty fun night. Hot dog or burger? Oh, that's tough. If I'm cooking it, I like a burger more. Ooh, so much of the force has turned against you, but one particular tree in this clearing feels like the last vestige of goodwill. You see an opportunity to take care of the tree and be taken care of in return. Tend to the leaves? Tend to the roots. Favorite burger toppings? Ooh. There was this... Actually, you know what? I was going to say something crazy, but I like that when I'm in the mood. I could eat... What I would eat on a burger anytime, pickles, mayo, tomato, and cheese. I could eat that, and mustard. I could eat that anytime. Now, I did have a crazy burger at this one pub around here. It was a PB&J burger, but it instead of like, it didn't have like, actually wait, no, it did have grape jelly, but just like very little grape jelly, like a little bit spread on the bun, and that was it. That was very good. It was it was peanut butter, bacon, and just a little bit of grape jelly. It was very good. Kind of the sweet and savory mix. I also had a donut burger one time, but once you got over the gimmick of eating a burger sandwiched in between a donut, it was just a messy burger. It tasted good, but I wouldn't say I would ever get that again. I was eating it with a fork and knife. There's a place near me that does a hot dog with Fruit Loops on it. Oh, it's actually kind of good, as weird as... hey, that is not weird to me in the slightest. There was this food truck, my favorite food truck, and I think they might be closed now, which makes me really sad because I went on my first date there. Well, they had a restaurant. I went on my first date at the restaurant. But I think they've closed everything down now. And, they had this Elvis dog that was cashew butter, Honey Nut Cheerios, and bacon, like little bacon bits, and flambéed banana. It was so good. That was my favorite thing there. But they only had it seasonally, like during the fall. That's the reason they closed everything down. They made the perfect goblin food. We goblins are denied our nourishment, you know? They expect us to subsist on human food. We need goblin food. Please, I'm begging you. Why do you think I wear an XX or an extra small shirt, but I have to go with a 35 pants? It's human food, I'm telling you. Goblins need at least one effed up meal every few days or we wither. Yes. I'll be walking into like a restaurant. I look like the crypt keeper and it's like, please get me steak and put M&Ms on top. They're like, sir, I don't think legally we can do that. It's like, you're killing me. And then they finally cave in. And then I walk out and it's like, I'm refreshed, I'm renewed. I look like my usual gobby self. What did I have recently that was kind of out there? Trying to think. I don't know, since my favorite I've been kind of denied my crazy food since my favorite food truck quit. Your finest milk steak, please, medium with the Skittles. Oh no. Good milk steak, just like Mama used to make. Well, I guess Hawaiian pizza kind of counts, but I'm getting diminished returns on that because Hawaiian pizza is becoming more and more normalized. You know, I'm glad people are open-minded about pineapple on pizza, but it's taking away essential goblin nourishment. Sir, we don't serve rappers. Oh, M&M on a steak. Pineapple pizza. Thank you, Reddy. You thinking it's weird means that I will actually get my essential vitamins from it next time I eat pineapple pizza. Actually, I did kind of make... Oh, wait, speaking of food, since there's actually quite a few more people here than when I made this announcement, I have a goal for followers that, when we hit 325 followers, I'm going to cook a Goblin delicacy, a G Fuel ramen. I'm going to cook up some ramen noodles, and instead of adding like the chicken seasoning or something, I'm going to add some G Fuel and see if we make good ramen out of that. Oh no, but I am curious. I mixed up some G Fuel one day, and I'm like, you know, that kind of looks like the seasoning I put in my ramen. Wait a second. Wait a minute. I may be onto something. But that'll be if we hit 325 followers. We will have paramedics on standby. I need to give Top Chatter my power of attorney, which I think might be you, Ready. Will you accept power of attorney should anything go wrong during G Fuel ramen? Ever had a Kool-Aid pickle? I've heard of them. I've never had one. Are you saying I should work up to G Fuel ramen? Like start with the Kool-Aid pickle if I survive? Yes, I think I can handle it. Ah, good. Now, you will need to take care of 30 cats as well. I don't have 30 cats, but it's in the wills that whoever's power of attorney has to take care of 30 cats as well. Better call Ready. So is that a yes on the 30 cats? They'll all be from the shelter, so, you know, you're doing a good thing by taking care of them. What did I get? Oh, Ouroboros. Ouroboros. Ouroboros is actually pretty good. The will doesn't say you have to take care of them at the same time, right? We can, I guess we can negotiate. I mean, I still want 30 cats to be given a loving home, so those are not even your cats. You just want to give me more responsibility. Well, you know, I believe every critter is deserving of love, and why not 30 cats? That was something I wanted to do for a while. When I was in between jobs after the pandemic, I actually tried seeing if I could get a job at like the animal shelter, because I wanted to like help take care of animals, really like pets and cats and cats and dogs. Although it's funny, shortly after I applied, they said they no longer take. Wait, no, that was a pet store I applied to. Shortly after I applied to a pet store, they said they no longer care for cats and dogs. Like they became like the kind of pet stores that give you like snake or like hamster stuff. It's like, ah, dang it. When they found out even I can raise a cat, they decided, this isn't special anymore. But think of all the joy 30 cats can bring you. You get a bag of Skittles and you shake it a little bit. They think it's their food and they all run up and start meowing. It'd be adorable. All the dead birds on your porch. Oh no. Oh no. My cat's not an outdoor cat anymore. You know, she's up there in age. My cat's going on. Her name is Nico, by the way. My cat is going on 17 this year. Even when she was an outdoor cat, she never brought animals home, which we were thankful for. We didn't want that on our porch. I heard that was a sign that the cat thinks you can't care for yourself and that it has to care for you. Think of the factions that would arise within the cats. Oh, the mighty Minotaur is no match for the Goblin. Oh no, it's gonna swing his big axe. Ooh, can I do this without taking damage? I hope so. Yes, I did it. Alrighty. You know, I don't really need much more than the Ouroboros. Ouroboros is very good. Almost a little too good. I'm thinking they might nerf it in the next. I'm thinking they might nerf Ouroboros in the next update. Because I think it's a little too good. You sacrifice all of your orbs you have up until that point, which you could lose a very good orb. But Ouroboros is just... it does work. And like its whole gimmick is that, you know, you got the 3 here. Each Ouroboros does a little bit of the damage from the previous Ouroboros. So they stack up very well. Like, see, I started on 22 right there. Oh. Hey, Black Cat, how's it going? Hope you're doing good today. This fine well, I guess it's Saturday for you, but it's still Friday for me for another half hour. But what you been up to? How's everyone? I'm doing good. Oh yeah, can't wait. That will take my mind off of what's happening. Oh yeah, tomorrow. I forgot. Tomorrow, I'm going to be streaming a little bit early. Well, actually a lot a bit early. But if you guys are interested... Actually, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to plug my Discord and socials again. If you want to join the Discord, I like to think we're a pretty chill community. And it's a good way to keep up on all my going-ons and ramblings. There's also my social media. I'm pretty active on Twitter. Maybe a little too active, I'll admit. Oh no, I'm inside the blob. I swear, goblins do not taste... Actually, you know, I've never had goblins, so maybe goblins do taste good. Maybe that's why everyone wants a little piece of goblins. We're just too darn tasty. Ooh, that might be a good one. Yes! Alrighty. Let's upgrade Ouroboros. Become weak magnets, become strong magnets. Effect is full strength for 4 seconds, gradually decreases over the next 8 seconds. But every shot has multi-ball, but attack... that could be very good or very bad. Depends on the goblin diet. I drank too much swamp water, so I imagine I have a muddy taste. Oh no, I've been very much humanized with all the foods I eat. I probably taste pretty good, actually. It's the HelloFresh. I eat HelloFresh about almost every meal, or at least every meal I cook at home. Domesticated goblin. Glorious suffering? I think I'm going to do the magnet. The magnet has the least intrusive downsides, I think. What was I going to say? Oh yes, I distracted myself. But tomorrow, I'm going to be streaming at 3 p.m. Eastern. You know, right now it's 11:30 p.m. Eastern, so if that can help you kind of figure out your timing on this. But we're going to be streaming the Fortnite finale, Collision. And I think the game actually shuts down after Collision, so I haven't decided what I'll be streaming at the regular stream time. Maybe more of the Stanley Parable, because I would very much like to get more content from that. I adore the game, and I want to see more. Because apparently I've only I will get on like 2 hours early. You think I should do 2 hours early? Because 3 hours is already at 1 hour early. Or 3 p.m. is already 1 hour early. Oh, well, we can figure it out. Yeah, I will play it safe. I mean, I could probably be on for a little bit before that and then just start streaming closer to the event time. Actually, that sounds like a pretty good idea. I'll be on around 2 p.m. Eastern, but I won't start streaming until 3 p.m. Eastern so that we can make sure we're in a spot. With all the new players coming back for no build, servers might get stressed. Ooh. Yeah, I guess that is always a risk. I think it'll be pretty fun. I've never attended a Fortnite finale, so that's like 3 a.m. on my end. Ooh, I am sorry, Black Cat, because servers usually didn't do good on events. Not sure if I can join, unfortunately. Well, hey, you know, like I said, attendance is never mandatory for these. And I'll probably still have a stream at the regular time. At least that's what I hope to do. I'll either like play some multiplayer games or play the Stanley Parable some more. Not fully decided. I would very much like to get more Stanley Parable in, but we'll play it by ear. But I need at least 90% attendance to pass the module. Yes, you don't attendance doesn't affect your grade, but it will affect your preparedness for the final exam. Dang. I might have become overpowered because this magnet is doing a lot of good work. Ask people to sign the attendance sheet. Of course. Alrighty. No, Nosforbot. I know they named this after Nosferatu, but I really want them to like change it to Morbin, the Morb Orb. Bold Orb. I like the Bold Orb. The Bold Orb is really good. But maybe I'll name. Let's try the Nosforbot. Nosforbatu. Morbferatu. Alright, it's Morbin time. If Morbius does not get added to Fortnite, were they even trying? Ooh. Get them fries. We used to do that all the time. Only time we got busted was when one guy came to class, but attendance sheet showed 25 people present. Oh dear. You know, I would be all for Morbius if they give you the option of being his comic book look or his Jared Leto look. Because Morbius has a really cool design in the comics. New Morbius skin. Wait, really? New Morbius skin just dropped? Jared Leto has that crackhead vibe. I mean, he does method act, but he goes about it in very bizarre ways. Like, I remember stories from him on set about him on set at Suicide Squad, where people were saying like, yeah, he sent like a dead pig to my trailer or something like that. Method acting. He's cracked. Oh no. He studied at the Method 1 clinic. Oh god, that's one of my favorite Arrested Development jokes. It was one of the, I think it was the season that everyone hated, but I actually liked it. It was Tobias. He fancies himself as an actor, and his whole thing is that he misreads like everything. Like he misses he talks in innuendo all the time, but he doesn't realize it. Like there was one point where he accidentally dyed himself blue, and he says, it appears I blew myself," or stuff like that. And he went to a methadone clinic, which, if you don't know, methadone is how they treat people for meth addiction. And he thought it was the Method 1 acting clinic. So he thought everyone was like actors for like a big role or something. He went to the method acting school and smoked the whole curriculum on the first day. Oh no. Yes. It's supposed he has a vanity plate that says anus tart, but he thinks it means a new start. Oh, and he's there's one where he's at the car dealership, and the guy comes up and he says, "You folks looking to buy?" And he says, "I guess you could say we're a little bi-curious." And the guy just kind of looks at him like, I know this doesn't track my eyes, but imagine my eyes are going back and forth like... I liked Arrested Development a lot, but I know I'm not like a very critically minded person, but I didn't see what the big problem was with season 4. Maybe it just wasn't as good as the other ones, because that's certainly true. But there were still some gags I liked, like when George Michael was in college and his dad shows up at his college and like tries to become his new roommate. Well, George Michael already had a set of twins as his roommates, and they decided to vote on which either George Michael or his dad would stay in the dorm. And they kept contacting other twins to vote, and like the whole gag was that the twins don't want to be seen as a copy of their sibling, so they vote opposite ways, and they just kept getting more and more ties and bringing in more and more twins until George Michael's like, "Can we ask someone who's not a twin?" And then it's like everyone turns on him at that. A lot of the actors weren't in the same place for filming, which I think was a detriment. Oh, see, I didn't know that part. Although I guess that does kind of explain why everyone had like separate stories. Like George Michael and his dad. I forget his dad's name. I think it's just like Michael. Because there's George Michael and then there's Michael George. It's been so long since I watched that show. And then I guess they did a whole new season after season 4, which I don't think I watched. Oh well. I need to stop pretending to be a fan if I don't... Oh, Job is George Oscar. Oh. God, that is such a Goblin unfriendly show. Naming everyone like George Oscar, George Michael, Michael George, Buster. Did you say Job? That's how they pronounce it, Job. I think so. Isn't that how they pronounce it? Or am I being gaslit again? Mom, Reddy is gaslighting me again. I told my mom on you. You're walking down a hall when a pack of brick slimes start to smash down around you. They seem pretty careless, and you think that you can trick them into smashing themselves into bits. You can try to fight them at a distance. Take the bricks, get 3 stones. Yeah, it's pronounced like Job. Okay, I thought so. Hey! What you home run batting me for? I was right. Oh no, she is not giving me a plate the next time I visit. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know this, but Earth Fam is Swedish. So if you visit, you're not getting a dinner plate. You gotta wait till we're done. Is that true, by the way? Like, that was trending on Twitter, where someone said they visited one of their Swedish friends, and like, they're like, okay, we're gonna eat dinner now, and they didn't invite them to dinner or anything. Like, I have to stay in another room. Yeah, I have to stay in another room while they all eat breakfast or something. Like, I know that's like maybe a cultural thing, but I don't know, I guess from my sleepovers, it's like, man, even on my worst sleepover, they still had like Eggo waffles for me to toast. Yeah, if you visit, there's a good chance you are not eating, huh? Although, I guess if it's an unplanned guest, like if your friends just kind of come over, which we did stuff like that in Parts Unknown, where it's like, oh, your friend is over? Hey, well, I'll call their parents and see if they want to, or if they got dinner plans, or if it's fine if your friend can stay on over for spaghetti or something. We Latvians will feed you, though. We are not like those mean Swedes. Look at my orb go. It's Morbin. For us, usually when there's guests, there's usually a meal planned for them too. I do know in some cases it's like an insult if you go somewhere and you don't eat their food. It reminds me of this one John Panette joke, the comedian. He was talking about his time in Italy and how he went to this Italian restaurant and he asked them in Italian, because he said that he learned how to say, "Feed me, I'm hungry," in every single language, even hieroglyphics if he ever got lost in ancient Egypt. And he went up to the chef and he's like, "Hambre muerto." He's like, "Oh, look at you, we feed you good." And then like they just keep feeding him and he's like, "They were gonna kill me. I had to run." All the Scandinavian countries have that don't feed the guest policy. Ah. I don't even know if I pronounced that right. The hambre muerto. Man, I liked John Panette. He is really funny. You know what? I know I have the Hall of Honorary Goblins. I'm going to add John Panette right here, right now. He is an honorary goblin. You know, he has, you know, eating, you know, as a society, sometimes we have an unhealthy habit with food. But, you know, eating is very human. Or very earthling, I should say. You know, a lot of earthlings aren't human anymore. Oh, Gabo, do you have plans to play Observation Duty 5? I still gotta play 2 and 3. I have 2 and 3. I need to play them. Every culture has food, yes. And you know, a lot of his jokes center around food, but it's kind of like the stuff that we're all too afraid to say about food. Like, there was a line at McDonald's. How do you not know what you want at McDonald's? It's been the same menu for 50 years. Or it's like, you're trying to decide what you want at KFC. Well, here, let me help you. What do you feel like eating? They got chicken, and they got chicken. Which is it? What are you hungry for? I need to complete all of the Call of Duties. Oh, you're playing the Call of Duty series? Just the story mode or the multiplayer as well? I've always felt the Call of Duty story modes, they're good if you want to show off your new TV. But, like, theming-wise, they're kind of hit and miss. Multiplayer not good. You guys, if you guys who have been around for a while, you know my thoughts on multiplayer. I'm not a big fan. Is it weird I only buy Call of Duty for Zombies mode? I don't think so. You know, there's not as many co-op experiences anymore. You know, it's like you have to go to like the indie scene, like with Phasmophobia and stuff, if you want good co-op. So if there's good co-op in Call of Duty Zombies, I think that's a perfectly valid reason to play. Anytime I play multiplayer, I just clean lobbies, not fun anymore. Oh, you're like that one Twilight Zone sketch with the gambler that always won. I don't get it. My MMR should be through the roof right now. Why am I still winning? I thought this was heaven. You think you made it to heaven? That's my Twilight Zone reboot for the 21st century. Gotta go, have a good evening. Alrighty, no problem. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Trisha. I hope you enjoy your time in the Goblin gang, and you know, I'm always happy to meet more goblins. I look forward to meeting again, hopefully. And yeah, you have a good night. Enjoy your weekend. Sorry. I noticed that some of my breathing. Goblins forever. Yes, goblins together. Strong. I need to make that like a GIF or something to post on goblins on Twitter. Goblins together. Strong. Sorry if you do hear my... I think I've been doing good to not have my breathing on mic, but I am a little congested from mowing the lawn today. Final attack order for you goblins to stay in attack position, yes. Oh, that's my favorite deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's mowing time. Is there a lawnmower card in Yu-Gi-Oh? I would so use that. I'm gonna morb my lawn. It's time to morb my lawn. When there is uncut grass in the vicinity, mow that lawn. Or morb that lawn, sorry. I guess I'll get one more. The Splatorb is actually pretty good. It coats pegs that you hit in a slime that makes them durable. With some good strategy, it's actually very good. Refresh shield? Refreshes the board on every reload? Yeah, not too bad. Probably in the Morphtronics deck. The Morphtronics monsters are all based on appliances that can transform into robots. You know, that reminds me of this one series. It was about all these robots that transform, and every time they transform, there was like this really good sound effect. You know, it's like, and you know, it was 2 races of transforming robots. I think it was called GoBots. I need to listen. Actually, if I can have my... I clipped that. I want to hear if I did a good transforming sound. I've always wanted to do like a transformer sound to use in a video. It reminds me of that one TikTok where it's that kid in a car. It's like he sees the semi-truck that looks a lot like Optimus Prime from the movies. It's like, Optimus Prime, Transformer! Wah, 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 wah. And he does like a pitch perfect sound of that with his mouth. It is Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. Wah, 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 wah. That's what they need in Fortnite, the Transformers. There's a card called Grass is Greener. It's just a picture of an overgrown lawn with monsters lurking in it. Oh, that's... You guys make fun of me for mowing my lawn all the time, but I have to, or that's what it turns into. You know, there's like cougars and stuff in my town, and you know, if the grass gets tall, that's a perfect hiding spot for them. Every reload grants plus strength. Okay. That's very beneficial with a small deck. Get them fries. Ooh. Ah. I love that magnet effect. It just looks so satisfying. One of my... The one Marvel movie that I really like... Well, actually, the 2 of them. Guardians of the Galaxy. I really like those movies. They're very fun. This reminds me of Yondu's arrow. When it's like bing, 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 bing. Well, come a little bit closer by the... what's it, like Johnny and the Americans or something like that? Jay and the Americans. You know. In a little cafe, just the other side of the border. And it's like his arrows like flying around and like killing everybody. It's a really cool scene. I like it a lot. Oh yeah, Resident Evil 4 remake. The trailer looks pretty good. They didn't show much, but I mean it's very technically impressive. That RE engine is amazing. Like they do really good stuff with it. Yeah, I guess I could talk about state of play a little bit. Lots of Capcom, very Capcom heavy, which isn't a bad thing. Capcom's a fine, mostly. They've had their blunders, but I feel like Capcom is turning it around pretty good. I didn't care for Remake 3, but 4 should be good. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I did not like Remake 3. Like, I know I streamed it and everything. It just felt kind of soulless compared to 2. 2 had a lot going for it, and 3 just kind of was a step backwards, if you ask me. Because, like, they made all the zombies have, like, canned animations. They weren't, like, ragdolling. Because, like, back in RE2, the remake, you could shoot a zombie in the leg and it would, like, realistically stumble around and stuff. That was impressive. Because... you know, you went from a game that was like very low on physics to that. And Leon is cool. Although my heart will always belong to Jill Valentine. I hope that this remake series, they undo the damage they did in RE5. You should not make Jill Valentine a blonde. I resent that. You took away her beret and made her blonde. How dare you? RE1 Jill Valentine, always the best. Don't let no one tell you otherwise. Jill is cool for sure, but in RE1, yeah. I know, I'm not a fan of the RE3 outfit. I know people are like, oh, but it's sexy. It's impractical. This might be me being a weirdo, but I think the practical outfit is a lot more attractive. I don't know. I just like really good character designs, and the Star's uniform is really nice. Oh god, this boss is tough. They have this ballista over here, and when it's ready and it shoots you, you get confused, and now, look, I'm not controlling that. But it does a lot of damage. I think I was at full health when it smacked me. So, you know, you really gotta, like, use your time wisely in between shots. Goblin sees a janitor uniform and starts sweating. I don't know, I mean... there's gotta be a level of fitness there. I'm sure they're nice and toned. I'm joking, I'm joking. I'm not a horn dog. Oh hey, Cetrio! Oh, that's what this game was called? I saw this before in a video, but never caught the name of the game. Ah! How's it going, Cetrio? Hope you're doing fine. Playing some Peglin. Going good. Ah, good to hear. Good even. Going goo? Good even. I like that. Ooh. This might be the fastest I ever beat this boss. I am tearing them up with the magnet. Alrighty, try and get a bomb to remove that one. They were all giggling when they decided to name it Peglin. The first time I streamed that, I had to like coach myself. I had to say, Goblin, don't say Peggin, don't say Peggin, don't say Peggin, don't say Peggin. RE4 remake also means we will see the regenerators again. Really hope they do them justice. Been trying a free Pokemon card game that's kind of like Inscription. Ooh. I love me some Inscription. That's my game of the year last year. You can ask anybody who was at the who watched my Game Awards stream. I unleashed, and by unleashed I mean I played the MP3. I played the MP3 of this like raunchy 20-second fart when Inscription lost in their category. That summed up my entire thoughts on the night. Everything that deserved it lost that year. It was nuts. Oh, Black Cat's. It was not an MP3. You're right. It was a dot wave. You caught me. Oh no, they got the thing ready. I gotta morb them now or it's too late. Actually, I just morbed them. That was my fart. Alrighty, boss down. Oh god, the RNG. Okay, for a second there, I thought someone got the 1 in 100. It's like that one scene in Simpsons where they're causing avalanches and they're trying to be quiet. It's like, I think, boom. They're causing, boom. Avalanches, boom. Maybe, boom. If we stop, boom, talking, boom. Unless, boom, it's, boom. Absolute. I'll play the scene sometime. I'll put it on the Discord. Ooh. Every 3 hits provide explosive force until the board is refreshed. That sounds interesting. Another game I really want Capcom to remake is Dino Crisis. Why haven't they? That looks so much fun. Resident Evil with dinosaurs. Serious lack of dinosaur survival horror is criminal. Yeah, you know what's also criminal? Games where you can play as a dinosaur. I've always wanted to play as a dinosaur, and there's like 2 games that let you play as a dinosaur. And they're both multiplayer. I want Dinosaur RPG where I can hang out with my pterodactyl buddy. You know, like, run around. That was cool. I'm a Stegosaurus. Here, if you guys don't mind, I'm gonna go grab a water real quick. I actually drank all of mine. And after confessing my sin on Twitter, I want to make sure I'm actually drinking water. I will be right back, but while I'm gone, please enjoy the comedy stylings of The Decoy. I'll be right back, folks.
What have you done? This note I got from the substitute. In all my years of teaching, I have never gotten a note this bad. You used the shrink ray, you turned on the night vision goggles, you home run bonked them. Oh, you kids need to learn to behave. Ooh, the refilibuster. Whenever the board is refreshed, deal damage to targeted enemy. Nice. Oh, now you guys get a good look at all my tapes. Let me know if any tapes catch your eye. Oh no, I don't want the chip. How long are you planning to stream for? I could probably go another hour. Although I did just kind of hit 2 hours with... Oh god. I somehow knew that was coming. Let me do my squats. Ah! Alrighty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Already, I will need to leave in like 10 minutes. No problem, Reddy. Thanks for stopping by. And you know, like, always appreciate it if you guys stop by, you know, but you don't have to feel like you got to. You know, whether it's 1 person or 1 million people, I'm still gonna do this. You guys don't gotta do it for my sake. But do remember that it's always appreciated. I don't want to say like, oh, you guys don't gotta do it, but then it's like, that I don't want that to come across like, it doesn't matter. It does matter a lot, but I appreciate that, you know, of all the thousands and thousands of Twitch streams going on at this very moment, you chose to hang out in mine. I mean, there's Twitch streams right now that are playing movies that you can watch for free. and you choose to be here. It warms my little gobbo heart. There's streams of Morbius probably somewhere. You guys could watch Morbius. Don't you want to see him say it's Morbin time? Oh god, this boss, it's so weird. Oh, gross, get away. Ew! I'm sure he doesn't say that. Are you one of the 3 people who saw Morbius, Black Cat, huh? Prove it. Show me your ticket stub. Does he actually say that? Is that why it's been circulating? Okay. I'm going mask off for a second. He doesn't actually say it, but since hardly anyone saw the movie, no one can prove that he didn't say it. Which is... I love it. Pretty sure it's a meme, it would be funny if he does. I want them to get so fed up with people making up stuff about the movie that they just go ahead and they remake the movie, re-edit it so that he does say it. Lies, there's a clip where he says it. Yeah, there's a clip going around where he meets Venom. And Venom's like, "We are Venom." And Morbius is like, "Oh yeah? Well, it's Morbin time." And then he pulls out a Glock and shoots Venom. I saw it too, ready. Deal extra damage longer your orbs are in flight.
Heal 2 every time the board is refreshed. Deal plus 20 damage. Ooh, all very good. I'll do the 20 damage on my bombs. Nope. Bombs. Lamp oil. You want it? It's yours, my friend. As long as you have enough rupees. Maybe I should have done the stopwatch because with this magnet, I stay airborne very long. I hope he's in Fortnite. I really want a Morbius in the next Fortnite Battle Pass. I'm getting Morby. You won't like me when I'm Morby. With great power comes great more responsibility. Alrighty. I'm just clearing these guys out. I'm doing pretty good. Ow. My little goblin, why? Who would want to hurt my little guy? He never got a chance. Oh, you find another Peglin intensely surveying the area.
Hello, I'm Haglin. Have we met before? I'm trying to find some good areas to open up shop. In the meantime, I can offer you a free sample.
Ooh, upgrade him an orb. The split orb? Sure. Oh, what's that? Oh, I gotta see it. I hope you guys can hear this. It's... Oh, I thought he pulled out a Glock. Maybe that's just me writing a better movie in my head. It's Morbin time. Pow, pow, pow. I love the edit with everyone in the theater standing up to cheer. Oh no, it hurt me. Alrighty, gotta go have fun, y'all. Alrighty, you take care, Reddy. Hope whatever you gotta do. Hope it all goes good. Or if you're getting some rest, hope you get some plenty of sleep. But yeah, you have a good one, Reddy. Thanks again for stopping on by. I need to get a dance emote. That dance emote of Violet is adorable. I need to find an emote of me dancing or get someone to do one. Actually, that artist, I believe their name is like Blue Bumble or BB Bumble. They do a lot of animated emotes. I might commission them. They just got one recently of dancing Kirby's. And I don't know, I think a little goblin Kirby would be adorable. Sorry, I muted myself to sneeze. I don't want you guys putting me on the VTuber sneeze compilation. I would never recover. Oh god, look at that creepy tall goblin. Oh, he threw a boulder. I like this area of the game because you see like a lot of corrupted goblins. It's kind of creepy because, like, you know, at first it's like, oh, little goblin going on a big adventure. How cute. But then, like, as you go on, it's like, something's not right here. I think these goblins are like being exploited. You know, like maybe the goblins are being captured, mutated, and sent in this mine. Ooh, bomb baton, that's a good one. Oof. Nice. Yeah, I think I'll take out that flyer. Those flying enemies get to be bothersome if a lot get on you. Nice. Nice. Go, little goblin, go. Oh, look at him. Look at the little guy. He's going. He's morbid. It's goblin time. That's what we need to do. We goblins need to start rewriting all the movies to make the lines goblin. Like, what's that one movie, Gone with the Wind, where it's like, whatever shall I do? And he's like, frankly, my dear, I don't give a gob. And he walks out the door. Yeah, Gone with the Wind. Is that what it's called? Oh. I thought maybe I said the wrong title of a movie again. Or, There Will Be Blood. I drank your gob shake. What else could we do? Ah, Star Wars. I am your gobbler. I am your... Luke, I am your gobber. Oh, speaking of Darth Vader, has anybody been watching Obi-Wan? I don't know how I feel about it. I like most of the Star Wars TV shows. I think they've been pretty good. But I don't know. It's just... I know this is weird as someone who likes Star Wars. I don't really care for the Force. I think the Force and, like, Jedi are boring. Like, I liked The Mandalorian and Boba Fett because it's like, it's not focused on Force users. I feel like the Force becomes like a, I don't know, it's like how they can get away with like any kind of writing. It's like, well, why is he back? He used the Force. Or how did he know where the prisoners were? He used the Force. It's like, I don't know. I think it's boring. Sorry, I didn't mean to. My allergies are a little bit bad from today. Obi-Wan. Oh, are you talking about Grocery Wars? There was this old video way back when of like the Star Wars movie remade with food, and it was like Cuke Skywalker because he was a cucumber, Darth Tater, Obi-Wan cannoli, Ham Solo, and Chew broccoli. Wait, that series? Oh yeah, it's seriously a thing, Black Cat. If I can track it down, I'll post it on the Discord. Extra bouncy. Yeah, it was funny. They said, look out for those TIE fighters, and then it was little bottles of Thai hot sauce. It was adorable. No, Luke, I am your father. That's highly unlikely. Grab the fireballs. I think I have a pretty tight deck. I don't think I should add more orbs. Oh, and instead of the Death Star, they were flying to the Death Melon. Hey, it's the Haglin. What do you desire? You know, this might be something I can bring up on the Discord. I wonder if... I kind of wish we had a currency so you didn't have to spend health on everything. Like, I don't know, if you could get like some goblin gold or something. The walls of the corridor to be tearing, revealing worlds that look very similar to your own. The tears grow tears grow larger and larger as you progress, revealing countless monsters. Near the end of the corridor, you see a forest boss through a Peglin-sized tear. Enter the tear. Oh no, it's the blob. Whatever shall I do? Nice. I think if you do these, you get some pretty good items out of it, so... And I already killed the thing. It's dead. Stop, stop, he's already dead. Alrighty. Let's do that. Echo chamber. All attacks. Okay, so this makes every single attack basically Orberous. Ambiguous amulet, wall bounces, powder collector. Every 30 hit is that's a little situational. There we go. Alrighty, final boss. Oh, this one's actually kind of tough. Wow. Wow. This reminds me of that... Oh, never mind. If it would have kept going, it reminded me of that scene from Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, where, what's his name? Lucas Lee, the second evil ex-boyfriend. He's doing the Tony Hawk grind down that rail, and it's just going on for like a full 5 minutes. Why do people hate that movie? I thought it was actually very good. I don't understand the hate it gets. I don't know, some people are saying it's like because Scott is a jerk. It's like, yeah, that's the point of the movie. You're not supposed to like Scott Pilgrim, he's a jerk. Hey, hey, Bottom. Hey, Panda, how's it going, Panda? Oh, you're lucky you didn't see the PowerWash simulator. Because I was all over the place. I did not use a method at all. Oh god, they're hurting me. Come on, get a bomb. Get that bomb. Oh. Come on. Do it. Yes. Oh geez, I need to like damage that one. Actually, no, I think I need to. Man, they're actually kind of tough. I just got. Oh no. Oh, I might be dead. Oh no. Unlucky. Alrighty. Here, is there another game mode? I think they actually took out the other game mode to work on it. Alrighty, well I think I'll play one more of this and then maybe call it a night. Ambidextrionary. Enhanced gunpowder. Enhanced gunpowder is a very good item. When your bombs go off, they take out the pegs near them. Ooh. Oh, it even takes out other bombs. How about extraordinary? Weak crit damage that cannot be modified. Don't you love a good pun? If I can hit those bombs, I think if you can blow up every bomb in a level, like this after thing, you get another item, or you get something special. Okay. Extra morbinary, yes. It's Morbin time. I can't do that very much. The last Morbin time I did actually kind of hurt my throat. When there are fries in the vicinity, get them fries. So, I know this isn't really on the schedule, but since Fortnite usually closes down after they do their big event, would you guys be fine with more of the Stanley Parable? I mean, I really want to play more Stanley Parable, but, you know, if you guys are like, we thought we were getting something else, I can put it to a consideration. It's just I've been doing very good about not getting spoiled on the game. So I feel like I need to like keep playing to make sure I've been lucky so far. But my luck will run dry eventually. You are fine with the Stanley Parable? Because I figure the Fortnite event only lasts like maybe an hour, and then the game is offline for a day. And like I know that's on the schedule, but it's like, should I still play something that night? So yeah, maybe I will play some more Stanley Parable. I do know of one ending. I was going back a little bit and watching my last VOD of that, and I realized I missed an ending where I could have done something I did before, but with the bucket, that's what I like about Ultra Deluxe. The bucket is like your way of knowing if you're getting new content or not. Because if you just play through the game without grabbing the bucket, you'll get the endings that were already in the game. But if you carry the bucket, you get the newer endings, which I think that's pretty clever. Fortnite event lasts only an hour. Shouldn't it last for 2 weeks? Oh, this is just like the finale of the chapter. It's a collision. They're like building a giant robot in the background. And now that robot's complete and it's going to do something. What it will do, I don't know. Maybe it'll do the Dougie. And it's like, congratulations, Fortnite gamers. You got the Dougie now. I kind of wish the new season started like the night of the event, because that would have been kind of fun, like starting the new battle pass with everybody. We're all on the same level. Because I actually like the game with zero build. I want to learn how to play with build, but I'm still a little ways off from that. Because I watch those other players build, and do you know how a parakeet or a falcon is? If you like put their hood on or cover their cage, they think it's nighttime and go to sleep. That's how I am with the building. Because like, I'll shoot at a player and they build like an entire fortress, and then they build a box around me, and it's like, I don't know what to do. I'm just going to go to sleep. I feel like I just revealed like the Goblin's biggest weakness. Like, people are going to start catching goblins on the street by putting like little eye covers on them, and then the goblins think it's nighttime and they go to sleep. I'm sorry, goblins, don't kick me out of the crew. You're the man now, dog. Is Sean Connery still alive? I thought I remember him passing, but I don't want to say that and then like be arrested for slander. Eye covers on Goblin, you just turn into nines from Nier. Oh, I love Nier Automata. That was such a good game. Oh. No. Oh, okay, good. I'm going to look that up. Hold on, I'm going to rack my brain. No, I'm kidding. I won't do the Siri joke again. I'm just going to look it up. Oh, dang, he did pass away. Huh. Man, it's been a weird couple years. Like, I'm not one of the person who gets like really torn up over a celebrity because like, I didn't know them. But there's been some big losses. Like, the first one for me this year was Meatloaf. I recently became a very big Meatloaf fan. And that hurt hearing that he passed. Bat Out of Hell is maybe one of the greatest rock albums ever, in my opinion. Bat Out of Hell 2 is pretty good too. I haven't listened to 3 because Apple is convinced that 3 doesn't exist. I have Apple Music, and every time I search for 3, it's like, we couldn't find that. But I know it's real. I'm pretty sure it's real. Unless I like gaslit myself into thinking that. Because it's like Bat Out of Hell, Bat Out of Hell 2, Back into Hell, and Bat Out of Hell 3, The Beast Returns, I think. I think that's how it goes. Or maybe I got them backwards. No. Oh wow, you actually have to avoid the crits with the all orb or the extraordinary. Black Cat, I hope you know what you realize what you did. Now I gotta make a 9S costume for myself. No, come on. Take him out. No. My poor Goblin. Man, that's just how this game goes sometimes. Sometimes you just don't do good on a very simple level. Wait. Actually, that might... Please? Oh. Barely got out of what? The second level? I need items. Ooh, Markiplier played Cruelty Squad? I might actually have to look at that. I watched a little bit of his Inscription playthrough, and that was actually really good. Because I like when a streamer who's like usually kind of like goofy, haha, fun time. I like when they get serious for a bit, and he got serious during the Leshy fight. He had so many episodes of Inscription. Markiplier's one of the few good ones who did a full Inscription playthrough. As Fab was saying earlier, Jacksepticeye hasn't finished Inscription. And that's such a good game, why would you not get through the meat of the game? Because, you know, yes, there's an incredible cabin section, but afterwards, there's still so much to the game. No, I love that game so much. I was so distraught. I was distraught. You can ask chat. I was distraught that they lost in the Game Awards. That and Psychonauts 2. What on earth happened? Like, I thought Tim Schafer was all buddy-buddy with Jeff Keighley. That did not get him the Game Award that he actually deserved. Like, I don't know what was going on. That game had... He is a YouTube. You don't know Panda? You don't know Markiplier? You don't know Markiplier? Ah, Chica. Ew. Ah, Chica, it's me, Markiplier. Want to play some Five Nights at Freddy's? You know, I know I like to rag on Markiplier. He seems like a really cool dude. Popping corn. Heal 1 for every 12 hit during battle. Oh wait, oh no, I didn't mean to skip. Oh, oh lord, I run over. I've lost my popped corn. Yeah, not for me. Yeah, Markiplier's not for everybody. Missed the heals, yeah. I mean, it wasn't very good heals, but still, better than nothing. And it's not like it had a downside to it. Come on, big money. Big money Cromer. No. Oh. I just realized the orbs make the shape of a bat. Yeah. All of them have like little, or not all of them, but most of them have like their own unique boards for when they attack you, or for certain encounters. Like the boss, the blob boss, there's a giant blob in the center, but before the blob engulfs you, you shoot from the sides, and then when the blob gets over you, it starts doing like damage every turn, and when it's over you, you actually shoot from the inside of it. Wait, did I just trash that? Uh-oh, this looks bad. Yeah. They're gonna start stacking damage on me. I think I accidentally threw away my knife, which is weird because I don't think I right-clicked. Oh, good. Okay, good. I still have the knife. It was just taken out of that hand. Yes, my little goblin's in danger. Oh, I followed their Discord. I got the goblin emotes now. I got little emotes of this guy dancing, and it's so adorable. I'll shake the tree. Yes, the egg. Egg. Ooh. Tend to the leaves. Oh, remove all orbs. I get Orbeus again. Or Orboros. I've been orb poisoned, or more poisoned. Have you checked out Slay the Spire? I think that's on Game Pass, is it? I could check it out sometime, or at least look at it. I know I sound like an Xbox stan, but Game Pass is such a good deal. I'm not kidding. I like that I gotten to play so many good games from it. I have clip of me playing it. Oh yeah, I watched you play it, Panda. I know the game you're talking about now. You had like different classes, like, wasn't there like a necromancer or something? I think Reddy was also watching it, and Reddy was saying like, nah, you gotta go Beast Slayer or something like that. The robot, you gotta play the robot. No necromancer. Oh my god, Gabo, no. Homie, god. There's the cowboy, right? You can play as the cowboy. He's like, let's go cook some beans, Bardner. The sheriff, too. He's the sheriff. That's Valorant. Boy, am I glad that he's frozen in there and we're out here, but I just remembered we're out there and we're in there and he's in me. And he's the sheriff. Oh, I think my Gabo's dead. Poor guy. I can tell you're thinking about Valorant or Overwatch. Yeah, I know I'm talking about Slay the Spire. There's the scientist who's a gorilla, and he can jump really far, and he lays down a shield. There's the lady with the robot arm. There's the guy, he's in the white karate uniform, he has a red headband, he throws fireballs and he's always Hadouken! Hold on, I come over there and beat you. Maybe that's my cue to end the stream. But hey, thanks everybody for stopping on by, this was pretty fun. You know, I hope you guys enjoyed it, I hope we learned a little about each other from the AMA. But yeah, pretty nice stream. I want to give shout outs. We actually had 2 followers. We had Ty Knight. We had Ty, we had Trisha. Thank you both for following. You know, we're getting ever closer to the reward of me cooking some G Fuel ramen. Watch, as soon as I announce G Fuel ramen, everyone's like, we can't let him get to 325. We gotta stop Goblin. Oh, and I actually added that just like a minute before coming onto stream. I like the little static effect. So, yeah, let's find someone to raid. You guys got any suggestions? I know I said let's find someone to raid. I mean, you guys, do you have anyone you want me to raid? If not, I'll find someone I'm already following. The static effect is great for the bit rate. Oh, is it ruining your bit rate? Lith, she's on? Who's Lith? I can take a look. Minecrafting. She's playing some Minecraft. There's one thing I love, it's building brown bricks and my Minecraft. Yeah, let me, Lithronel. Lithronel? Okay. Oh, them? Alrighty. Thank you for the correction. I apologize. Them, her, either, I think. Okay, I'll still play it safe. But hey, thank you for letting me know. Lithronel, I believe I have that correct. Wait, oh, it's I thought that was a lowercase L. Ithronel. Oh, wait. I can just click the link. Alrighty, cool. I got an ad. So fantastic getting ads. Don't you guys want to see the new Jurassic Park Wars? But yeah, let me start watching. Oh, they have a very nice model.
Another fortress. Or I just can't see them.
Okay, yeah, let's send you on over to Ithronel. Oh, founder pronouns. Alrighty. Alrighty, so raid Ithronel. I'll be sending you guys off to Ithronel. I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly. Alrighty, so yeah, thank you everybody for showing up. I think it was a pretty fun night. Played some PowerWash, played some Peglin. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. Yeah, the stream starts at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. we'll be doing the finale of the Minecraft chapter. That sounds pretty fun. Hope you enjoy it. And afterwards, I'm probably going to play some Stanley Parable. You know, at my regular stream time. I should clarify on Twitter. I'll do the Fortnite event. Maybe go off for a little bit, and then we'll do the Stanley Parable some more. So yeah, we'll check it out, and hope you guys have some fun with Ithronel. Peace out.